everyone! Good news, everyone!
Hello. Oh, we should probably zoom this in a little bit. There we go. Hello and welcome. How y'all doing? Talks loud in the pub? Yeah, they're fine. My name's Paul Berserker 1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Welcome to a new series that I want to do. Maybe not every Monday, but probably on most Mondays going forward, at least until the new year. Maybe until like March or something like that. But the idea is to do independent games, to do games that are not strictly just Star Citizen. Now I'll start these nights by playing Star Citizen and then moving into that, because until y'all start knowing that I stream on like Fridays and Mondays, which is unfortunately just the reality is a lot of people don't know these things, I'm going to have to be consistent and start doing things in places where people will know where I am going to be. So, yes, you did, Aimless. Headache, but otherwise, okay, how about you? Iris, did you drink water? Because I know you're thirsty. Sorry, I had to make the joke. Do. That was right. There we go. Whew. Got that space thirst, yeah. I've been okay. Mondays are always kind of awful, but the very least, I'm coming towards the end of the year. So, well, the end of the year, end of the semester. I've got a week, and the next I got 2 weeks of more of work, and then I got a week off from Thanksgiving, and then I've got a week after that of actual classes, and then I've got basically 2 weeks of finishing, like grading, updating all the grades, getting the kids caught up with what they need to get done, and preparing them for finals. And then they take finals the last week of December, or close to December. Then I'm done. A decent amount. I also taken acetaminophen, but oh, it's a joke. Yes, thirsty. 10:14 a.m. What are you doing up so early, Luna? 10:14 a.m. Tuesday morning Tokyo time, which is not Paul stream time. My routine requires Paul. It's sacred. You don't have to watch, Luna. Though you may actually like this stream. We're going to be playing a little bit of Star Citizen, then we'll move into a game which I've been following about the last month or so. I found it on Blue Sky. It is called Stories from Seoul, the Gun Dog. And it is a love letter to 80s mecha stories. It has the aesthetics of a irresponsible Captain Tyler or Macross, like Gundam. It's got that sort of late 70s to mid 80s sci-fi mecha anime aesthetic, and it's a old school adventure game. It's sort of old school. It's a visual novel. It's made by a very small, scrappy studio called. Their name is going to kind of give it away. Their name is Space Colony Studios. Wonder where they're getting that idea from. So, like I said, I'll be playing a little bit of Star Citizen and then jumping into this other game because it only has a demo, and that demo is only I don't know how long it is. I wouldn't gather it's more than an hour long, maybe even less. Mechs, you sold. Exactly. They dropped a game. They're dropping a game in February. That's the game when the game comes out. So it's in 3 months.
Take away my space suit.
Australia crumbles.
Take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
MNKY Smash just resubscribed for 2 months. Some D.
Thank you so much there, Minsky Smash, for that 2D. Those 2 months. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your father who's on drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So I want to do this more. And so if you have space games or sci-fi games, mecha games in general, that you are like, you're like, hey, that's really cool. I think it's a really cool game. Let me know. That are not like mainstream. Like obviously I'm going to play Armored Core 4 in the summer. I'm obviously going to do other mecha games during the hot mech summer routines, especially the bigger ones. But if you've got small independent sci-fi and space games, I'll definitely do it. I'll definitely be streaming them. And I need more of them. Because I want to diversify a little bit more, obviously. And a lot of these games are also very hobby stream. Super Robot Wars. I'll take a look at it. I mean, I will do hobby stuff. I do have. I now have a pretty basic 08MS team Easy 8 model that I have that I'm going to put together. But right now we're going to be doing, like I said, a little bit of Star Citizen, and then we'll move on to doing Stories from Seoul, the Gun Dog. Gonna look up the trailer on YouTube.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
J_Culving just resubscribed for 73 months. Here you go around on the house for me.
Thank you so much for 73 months of support there. You're a very important pupper, very precipice, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's your drink night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. If they let us paint Titan suits in Gamma, I'm going to give mine the red shoulder, green base. Nice. Thank you for that 73 months, though. You rock. Shots and cheers. All right. So I'm going to pull up the trailer, and especially for those of you who are fans of Wing Commander, it even has a bit of a Wing Commander aesthetic to it. It's old PC 88, 98 sort of stuff.
Take away my space lasers, but you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Eternity Project just resubscribed for 2 months. Does this make the notification go away?
It does now. Thank you for the 2 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. This is your fault. There's my drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. For some reason, I'm having a hard time connecting to chat. There we go. All right, so turn this off for now. That's the watch. Heard CIG may have got rid of vampire mirrors. Sort of. All right, so this is the trailer for the game we're going to be playing here in a moment. Yeah, it's coming to PS5 and Switch. It's also on Steam. So, and they have a demo out now. As you can tell from the aesthetics, it is very heavily borrowed from that sort of 90s, 80s mecha craze, Macross, you know, all sorts of things. So this is the art style, but you'll see. That's the aesthetic for sure. So that's the idea of I like that song though. Here we go. So this is the full color trailer, so you get an idea. Oop. That's just everything else. Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Clinticus just resubscribed for 10 months. Hey all.
Hey, thanks for the Twitch Prime sum for 10 months there, Clinticus. You're a very important pupper, very precipice, a very pedestrian. This is your fault. The return drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat. All shots and cheers. Yep. So that gives you an idea of what we're going to be playing. I don't know how long it is, the demo at least. Hey, AstroPub, where can you find the animation pictures you had made? I was telling most of my friends about them. I can find the show. It's on my Blue Sky. You should all be following me on Blue Sky anyways. I'll give you the link here. Here you go. Nostalgia hitting kind of hard? Yeah. Hey, Logthorn. All right, so I think we've done updating, so we'll play a little bit. Because I don't know how long the demo is. I'm going to play a little bit of Star Citizen to start off with and then move into the demo and maybe come back. Depends on how long that is. But that's going to be kind of the plan for these Mondays going forward.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Logarithan just resubscribed for 23 months. Howdy.
Hey, how's it going there? Logarithan through 23 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very precipice, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason we're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Now, I did also tweet about this in Blue Sky, so some of the devs may show up. I don't know where they're from. I don't know where the studio is headquartered out of. So it may be, they may be like US, Europe, all over the world. I don't know. So. Okay. Okay, why am I just still moving forward? There you go, that's why. good. I think I've got everything I need. Book. Yeah, they're an indie team. I'm interested in seeing what they do. I'm definitely interested in this demo because it's definitely within my, like, it's relevant to my interests. It's both, it's mecha, it's sci-fi, it's kind of a throwback. And it's heavy on story because, you know, it's a visual novel. So, how y'all doing today? How you doing this Monday, though? By the way, since when's 10:14 a.m. too early to be awake? Aren't you heavily pregnant, Luna? I would use that to my advantage. Just be like, I'm sleeping. I ain't fucking waking up. I'm sleeping as long as I want to. Days off. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't have day off. I had to go to work today, unfortunately, because of the holiday, because of the election. We had the election off, so I would have rather worked on the election day. And it's good to hear. J. Calvin.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Well, I don't know if this is going to be a super mecha game. It's just more that the settings are. The setting is very 80s mecha.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us.
How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Where am I? I am Arc L3. Probably not much from Arc L3. Hey, Tabagini, perfect. Down. What you feeling on jump points in some of the videos? Does it make them seem as much trouble as I think they're supposed to be? You think that they accurately represent the difficulty that jump points should have? I think that tracks. It's a rip in space time. I can't imagine it being super easy. Yeah, they'll balance it out. But I also know that they'll probably balance it towards being more difficult because they want players who jump for it to mean stuff. And of course, I think they'll make it easier to jump to places like Terra versus Pyro, and so like places that are more civilized are going to end up being easier to get to, generally speaking, and that's a thematic choice. And that's one of the things that a lot of folks, I think, in general, need to start thinking about when it comes to Star Citizen, is that a lot of the decisions that CIG is going to be making are not necessarily things they're going to make that are kind of, especially in terms of like storytelling, is not stuff that's like, oh, well, this is, you know, this doesn't make sense because X, Y, or Z. It's like, it's already in a universe that doesn't make sense. CIG is going to be making decisions based off of, oh, okay, I get it now. Based off of the theme of what they're going for rather than necessarily the logic of what they're going for. Nah. In case you mess up your jump, you might be a rip in space-time. It's nauseating to kind of expect them to be. Yeah. They always make vibe-based decisions, but like when you're dealing with a lot of art style, it's one of the reasons why I know a lot of people are like, green, space shouldn't be green, it should be black. It's like, it's a theme. Like, there will be places that the pyro is going to be red. Nyx is probably going to be purple. Or black. Could be black. Terra's probably going to be yellowish, if not like gold. Could be even, you know, Terra could be purple because it's, you know, royal and all that kind of stuff. Logic, I'm lost. I hope they at least keep it to the lore. I mean, I don't see CIG adding a teleporter. No, I think they're going to keep it to the lore. It's still early. We're talking about like still early development, so lore can obviously change, but I doubt we're going to see like a ton of stuff being changed just for the sake of it. Terra might be piss space. It'll cut into their popularity, possibly. Contracts, maps. This is gonna be a long jump. What, I don't have enough fuel to reach Bajini? Maybe I have to go to... Okay, I guess we're going to Hurl 3 first. I don't see how much I have left. Is the game is actually a game and not a tech demo now? People will still call it a tech demo. Some people call it a game. That isn't, at this point, I'm done arguing either or point. It's entirely up to you. What's your definition of a game? On the left screen? I see nav QT. I thought it was like over here. You haven't kept up with it? No, I know. I get that you're from the sound of things. You're not from here. Here's the thing, or not from here. Not from here often. Here's the thing. Can you play Star Citizen regularly? Yes. Are there bugs? Yes. Are there some gameplay loops? Yes. Are all of the gameplay loops in? No. Is there progression? Yes. Can you buy stuff in game? Yes. Is it fully fleshed out? No. When's the last time you but my oh, I see QT fuel. I see it now.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never
ever
take away my space game.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 51 months, skipping the commercials this time.
Thank you so much there, Ghost. You're a very important pub, a very impressive precipice of any pedestrian. This is your father who's drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Fair enough. Sounds like I might download it again and check it out. Yeah, I'd check it out if you had a chance to. If you already have it. There are problems with it, and you might want to wait until the latest patch is released. So right now, Live is fairly stable. I haven't had many issues with Live. They added cargo missions, which I'm doing right now, in the previous patch. Obviously, more ships, a couple more stuff as well. How much do you think the operating costs to run a Starlancer Max? Yeah, probably what Ghost said. It's 200 and something cargo, right? It's up there with the Caterpillar in terms of the amount of cargo it has. Hey, Tara, how you doing?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No BPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
___ just resubscribed for 54 months. Can I salvage in 3.24.2? No legal salvage missions tab. Can I do cargo? No. Crate stuck on the elevators for me. Can I wait for IAE? Yes.
Thank you so much for that. It's 54 months of support. You're very important public, very precipice of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You should drink that. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, that's what Astro said is basically the rub. Like, I can play, do the cargo missions pretty easily, and I have no problems with it, but I am but one person. Other people legitimately can't play the game or log into the game right now because of bugs or other issues, or they can't get out of their habs or whatever. I don't know what those issues are. I don't know how they show up, but they don't seem to be a big priority for CIG right now. But, you know, it's one of those survivorship bias things where the people who are having a good time in the game generally aren't gaming or generally are gaming rather than watching it unless they absolutely can't watch. Hey, Q-Pan. So your mileage may vary, but that's going to always be the case with Star Citizen. I have not yet to see a modern game that anyone has ever said 100% universally this game is good. In fact, I'd argue that the concept of what am I doing? I'm not actually traveling. I'm refill the fuel, Paul. That's what you're here for. We have two. Nice. I don't know when the last time I checked it out, around the Radeon R9, since the Mustang Gamma. Yeah, the game has changed a lot. House Tyrant. A lot since then. Moise had a major battle in its Polaris during the event. A 1.1 million repair. Yeah. I would say if you're expecting Star Citizen to be like it was when the Mustang Gamma was out, it is much better. You probably have at least 40 hours of content you can try out in Star Citizen between salvage working, trading working, mining working. There's new mission setups. There's new, like, mercenary missions you can do on ground. There's new different variations of bounty hunting missions. What's your favorite clan mech? Clan 2C mech? Oh, 2C. Probably the Hunchback 2C. Just because it's dumb. I'm also going to, I legally have to say the Urban 2C. That is the legal response. If anyone responds anything other than the Urban 2C, they are traitors to the Empire and must be killed. Ooh, the new MCs look nice. Yeah, they're good. How you doing, buddy? Hearted? Yeah, they look sweet. The new HUDs are really nice. Yeah, Hunchy 2C is the best. Just because it's are they called, I want to say they're called the party backs, but that's not really what they're called. How's you? I'm doing okay. Enjoying a Monday. Yeah, like they've improved since I've seen them last. 4P. Okay, that's the one that has the double sways. Yeah. 6 medium las. 2C is the boombox, right? Oh, right. Instead of having doubles, it has 2-on-1, right? Or is it the twin? The twin. I think I always remember the 2C as the twin. Fuck you fucks. Okay, that's why it's the boombox, because it's got two. Yeah. I'm learning all of my terminology. Doesn't help that it's a 40 fucking plus year old universe. People have names for everything in this universe. The only reason why the Hunchback is so awesome is because it is the Florida man of mechs. It comes from the same design philosophy of the Blackjack and the Jaeger mech. But if that person who took that philosophy did a little bit too much heroin and decided that and got a skull fracture from a bar fight. Florida back or Hunch Rider. So Drake makes it? Technically Honda makes it. Or is it Mazda? It's Mazda makes it. Battletech universe is fucking wild, man. If I don't core you with this double tap, I will die by overheating from killing you with my second. Yeah, they make the Marauder, the Jaeger, and the Blackjack. The wild ass universe of BattleTech, where they didn't even bother making up fictitious companies. They just used actual real life companies names and said, fuck it, sue us. There are some fictitious companies, but it's like they're liberally mixed in with like legitimate modern motor vehicle companies.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take
My
away
mother
my
worked through all her
space
3
lasers.
pregnancies. I worked reduced hours until I left Vancouver, exercised, walk, etc. Otherwise, you get too out of shape.
Space game.
Besides, it's not easy to sleep like this. Touche.
Knowledge Lambo 1 just resubscribed for 8 months. Asked me about individuating a project to help someone out and then after job completion nitpicking small things as if they were a list client while only covering material in the bid.
I would, but that sounds like you just destroyed someone's project. Thank you so much for that 8 months of support. You're very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. There's shouldn't drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. That sounds like one of those videos you see of contractors coming back and destroying the thing they just built because the client refused to pay. Ford makes the Thorn battle mech. Yeah. Hi, we think you will exist 1,000 years. If this makes you mad, send us mail. Exactly, yeah. I'm contemplating it. Here's the question, Knowledge. Do you know if that person knew you were taking reduced pay for the project? Okay, so they're just dicks. You're at least making some profit off of it, right? It's not just a total, like, charity case. Told them I'd help them out. The project normally is a $17K job. They're covering materials. You're doing free labor. Oh, that sucks. You're doing free labor? How much hours did you sink into it? You have a wife and 2 kids. Like, oh, I found some purple links. Yeah, so you're losing money off of it. It's not like you're doing it on your own. You're doing it with your employees. Oh, I found the purple Lynx pants, and I might just have gotten them back to my local inventory. I'm going to check out what the later. If they exist, you want them? I always love purple clothes in Star Citizen. Yes, yes, I do. I need to report this to the issue council. I think it only exists on the Max, so the fact that all of the things are open, they're blocking. That sucks. Their Knowledge. Happy Veterans Day. I tell them if they want to have a snag list, like paying customers, and they can pay for it like one. Oh yeah, yeah, that's definitely what I definitely go off that. Be like, I lost money doing this as a favor. If you're gonna nitpick it, we're just gonna call it. I imagine this isn't your only project and you're gonna die without it. You wouldn't have taken this as it is if you needed the money desperately. But it does suck ass. Because when you're doing something because you're like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna help you out. And I know I'm not a contractor, I work in the public sector, but I can't tell you how many times I have done that with other departments and like, you know, administrators and stuff like that, where it's like, they're like, hey, can you really work with this kid? They're really trying to improve. And I go, okay, cool. I'm a teacher. This is what I do. And then the kid just takes entire advantage of like the whole situation, doesn't actually want to improve. They're only doing it because their parents are bludgeoning them into it. And it doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it stings. It stings badly. It's like, fuck off. I'm wasting my time and energy that I could be using to do other things that I like, or to help other kids who actually want the help, because some parent threatened to sue because the school fucked up. Ugh. Turns out I had to bring an entirety crew and took a week longer. Oof. Dan Slosadamus. Also, what is CIG design for you?
You can take away my space suit.
What would you design? Oh,
You can even
fuck.
take away my space lasers.
I know the answer already, Doc. You know that answer too.
Ever. Take away my space game.
Doc Platypus just resubscribed for 21 months. Dance, L'Astradamus.
Astra.
Also, what would SIG have to design for you to say, take my money?
Mechs. It's the answer. Mechs. If CIG sold battle mechs or utility mechs like the ATLS, maybe a little bit bigger, but like mining, salvage, with like bigger storage, or combat variants, just, you know, here's my wallet. Enjoy it. And I arguably, I would say they know this because they sold the ATLS like crazy. L2, L4, then L1. I could do that one. Try this one. It's a good full route. There we go. So I'll go to L2, L4, and then L1. Anyways, done stream shitting. Sorry, I'm miffed. I get it. Understandable. Just testing the waters. Hindsight's 2020 because normally you look up and sell price on Zillow. You get a good understanding of the type of the person I'm working for. Long story short, I didn't. It's a $1.5 million house. Woo! Yeah, my house is worth 30,000. No, not 30,000. It broke. 300,000. A little over 300,000. It's not bad. I only paid 250,000 for it. So, but you know, I also fixed some stuff up in the house and got a solar panel. So it's about what I paid for it. I want the Zeus so bad it would impulse buy without a. I would impulse buy. The Zeus is out. You can buy it right now. Oh, the Zeus Titan suit. Yes, yes, I would. Do we have numbers of how many Atlases got sold? It was 1.2 to 1.5 million dollars worth. Considering it was the only thing out, and CIG made, over the course of a weekend, made over almost $2 million. Is this game at all like Starfield? I'm looking for a co-op PvE players to play with. Star Citizen? Kinda? Star Citizen has more in common with a game like Elite than Starfield, but it is online MMO style. It's PvP, PvE mixed, where you can participate in PvP, and there's always a risk of PvP. It's hard to find usually. I mean, you're not wrong. I just find it funny. Because I want to make that meme of "Don't talk to me or my son ever again," with a picture of the battle mech from Battletech Zeus, and then the Zeus suit from Star Citizen. I figured they were. I didn't know if it, like, it was just like, that's a weird fucking question. It's like, I know this name before. Don't we all? Goofus Pub, don't we all? It sounds like what you want is Elite Dangerous, Griefers Pub. It's got an offline mode. You can play with friends and private areas. No real loading screens. It's perfect. PvP slider, yeah. Weird to say that now. I mean, they're pretty much the same, like thing. What am I doing? I'm an idiot. I'm just throwing this shit on here when I should be doing it properly. All right, so we're gonna go to L4 first. L4 has processed food. How much processed food? So it's 6. Okay. There we go. And then 4 SCU. There we go. And then we've got L1 is 5 pressurized. And 5 of... Do you think CIG will bring back the hangar module where you can eventually run around and inspect all your ships? Or do you think eventually hangars in the PU allow you to... Yeah, I think eventually the hangars in the PU will let you do those sorts of things. Sometime between now and the heat death of the universe. I don't know if you can purchase a ship package with all the ships having LTI. You can CC, if you can CC individual ships within a package and keep the LTI. If you have a package with LTI, like a large package with LTI, if the ship in it has LTI, then you should be able to CC you up from it. Have you tried the freelancer beds lately? The last time I tried it, it broke the game, so I haven't bothered. This interior is older than dirt. They haven't bothered updating it in a while, so I don't trust it. I'm nursing 2 broken toes, so I have no problem about more Star Citizen streams. Well, this is only going to be partially a Star Citizen stream. Okay, L2 is going to be the last one we go to. Go there first, because I know this one's really far out. Oh, wait. There we go. So how close, also, how close do you think the player economy is, i.e. selling in-game acquired ships? 1.0, probably later than 1.0. I haven't tired too many ships. The smartest people in this game bought a game package and left. Did they specify that once the game hits 1.0, do all of your ship's insurance start from there? Or do you have to have an active ship? All of your ship's insurance starts right from there. In the past, CIG has said that the ship insurance starts when the game launches, and it's not about usage, it's about the actual real-life time. So it's not in-game time, it's you have 4 months of insurance from when the game launches. But you can still purchase or re-up that insurance every 4 months if you want to, in-game with in-game cash. How did you break 2 toes, by the way, Destroy? When will we get pizza in-game? If it's not out by 1.0, I'm rioting. No problem, Risky. That may change. CIG is going to probably have a lot more clarifications as they get closer to it. It's nice to actually have an idea of what CIG is shooting for 1.0. So that way, when they fuck up some cases, we can just see it way past, but we also don't know when that 1.0 is releasing. So. How's trading going? Going pretty well. Paul, something heavy was dropped on my foot during work. Something very heavy. That could be a lot of things, Destroy. I don't know where you work. Do you at least have feet? Or do you just have toes, or are they just gone now? Now that the Polaris has been in players' hands, what are your thoughts on it and the gameplay it affords? It is 100% a capital ship. It feels like a capital ship. It plays like a capital ship. I don't know how to put it in any other ways other than it is exactly what I expected it to be. And it has all of the support I expected it should needed to have in order for it to be a viable ship on its own. It is really like a mobile base. It's the first ship we've had that feels like you can do everything with this ship. And not in a like cheesy, breaking the game style thing. Like it's designed around the idea of this is what Star Citizen will be in the future. Was there any surprises or downgrades in my opinion? Not really. The biggest surprise, I mean, obviously people are mad that the billiards table's not there, but I'm like, oh, okay. The biggest surprise was the cargo elevators from the cargo deck to,
Hey, a tip.
Danny, super chatted $5. Just now coming to grips that neither fishing nor cooking will be in
oh,
1.0.
whoa.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Who said that cooking's not going to be in 1.0? Cooking is going to be in there. It's just now fabrication rather than being strictly something separate from fabrication. So you're just doing their Sauron shit again, where they're just taking a bunch of gameplay elements and stacking them together. What's ridiculous about the 1.0 is that they still can't even plan out what because their core features weren't even discussed. Where's farming? Science. Farming is the one thing they said that they may not have by 1.0. But they did say that science is going to be in there. And it's going to be done around the research stuff for crafting. We need pizza. The burritos make me gassy, and I get stuck in the suit with them. It's an unpleasant gaming experience, to be sure. Now, I think what will be important to note is how much is CIG going to talk to us over the next 6 months to a year? Because my gut says CIG is planning to talk to us, but my gut also says, lol, because it's CIG we're talking about, and something always fucks up, so they have to completely avoid talking about the thing they just talked about 12 months ago because it's completely changed. That's the question. How much does CIG stick to it?
You can never, ever take away my space game.
Toxic Lord 4717 just resubscribed for 5 months. I can't wait to get my new PC built. PC took a crap and now I have to rebuild it. Decided to take the opportunity to upgrade while I am rebuilding.
It's a good time anyways. It's probably a good time to do that now while rates are low anyways, or while you're not paying any crazy import taxes. Thank you so much for that. 5 months of support. You're very important, pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. Yeah, I think it's going to get real quiet next spring, summer. Yep, it always does. And then CIG comes back and be like, oh, no, you don't understand. We're totally and just kind of tries to explain it away. I understand why it happens, but I also don't like this track that CIG runs, which is if we fuck up and something happens, we're going to shut up until we have a solution to it. And it's like, no. You need to acknowledge that you fucked up and there's a problem, because that's what happens, especially in the games in development. And from that, move on to telling us we're going to be working on it. We'll keep you updated as we come along. That way, people are going to get mad no matter what you do, but at least people, you can gain some goodwill from the people who are like, oh yeah, I get it. Thanks for telling us. Did they recently reveal a fuck up? Yeah, they did. But they did it only after they had a solution, which is the NMQ. They changed the NMQ to the RMQ, I think, or RMQ to NMQ, whichever one. Which is fine, and the people are like, "Hey, this is great. Thank you for telling us." And like a lot of people love the breakdowns that Benoit gives on like the postmortems and stuff like that. Like people love those things because they can get an idea of like what's going on. When he did those postmortems of the tests, it was like, okay, so we understand what you're doing, what's going on, what went right, what went wrong, what your goal is. That helps out. That was a while ago. That was like a month ago. I know it seems like it was a while ago, but that was like a month ago. CitizenCon was only in 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Chad sort of put his foot in it when he said, "Oh yeah, this is going to, it's not going to be months, it's going to be weeks," and it took months. When he knew it was going to take months, or when he knew it was no longer a thing, he should have just came out and said, "It's going to be a little bit longer than we anticipated. Something else happened. We're going to move on." But they didn't. Like, CIG has gotten so afraid of admitting their fuck-ups that they forget that their entire audience, their entire, financial strategy is built off of trust. And you're not going to please everyone all the time. That's not how the world works. But you can at least deal with some of the vocal problems early on to build those sorts of reputation and trust. All right, so my contracts. L1. Okay, so we're going to go L2 next. And then L1. It's like you don't even believe in manifestation any longer. Who are you, dude? Manifestation? What are you talking about? Yeah, it's when CIG stops talking, which is always the problem. And I know everyone's like, well, they're going to get mad. People are going to get mad at CIG. It's like CIG can thread the needle by talking about the problems, but not giving dates, giving updates when they can, and keeping an ear to the community's pulse. Ethan, how's it going? Hey, name. Going okay. And the community team does a fantastic job, but they're overworked and they don't have enough people to do all of that. They need somebody whose sole job is to do something like that, which would be like a content creator manager. Because while content creators don't reflect the entirety of the community, they do often reflect parts of the community. And if a bunch of content creators start all saying the same thing or having a conversation around a single thing, it's gonna get popular because they're talking about it, because if they keep talking about it, it means that there's some traction with it somewhere in an algorithm or some other thing. So addressing that before it becomes a problem, a deeper problem, is an easy way of dealing with that. But CIG hasn't learned that skill yet. One issue, devs often talk for CIG, and we expect that, but it's the CM, community manager's job, to get and give those updates. Yeah. Yeah, but the community team has a bunch of other things they have to do because they're also managing communities and all those sorts of things. Man, the latest PTU patch is kind of rough. The elevators at IE aren't working. Last I checked, they work. They just take 7 minutes. They take like 10 minutes to actually load in. Yeah, we don't know yet, but we'll update you in 2 months. Coming out and being like, hey, remember that thing we said? Turns out we hit a snag. Something where something isn't working right now, but it might take a little bit longer. We'll update you in a month about this. IE is being hosted in the realm of the mole men this year. Down. Exactly. There's an art of talking to people while not telling them things that gives them enough information so that they understand what's going on without giving too much information. It's like the art of trailer making, which is dead. Being able to entice people or to satisfy people's curiosity or interest or desires without giving them everything. You got to tease them. And there's plenty of ways where you can like tease somebody about things you need to do and that kind of stuff. And I'm sure CIG, as they've got talented teams, I'm sure they have community managers who can do it. In fact, I know Galactica is very much up there with same with Jake and Tyler. Pretty much the whole team is talented enough to know how to do those things, but they also have to have fucking time to do those things. And it's difficult for them to do that when they've got a bunch of other mandates they have to do. Which, again, just why having a content creator manager is very valuable for these situations. Because they kind of like our canaries in the coal mine. My biggest gripe will be after server meshing is somewhat stable, they will start to actually fixing bugs that have been... will be if after server meshing is somewhat stable, they don't start fixing bugs. Oh, I think they're...
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Celine Star Drago just resubscribed for 29 months. Lucky hi. I hope your evening is going well.
Hey, thank you so much for 20 months of support there, Celine. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. They're trying to good night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Nope.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Aimless just resubscribed for 37 months. Thanks to Ed Shempaster for my sub gift.
Thank you for that 2 months of support so far. You're very important, pupper, very impressive, Mr. Any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Nicodemus_RHL just resubscribed for 10 months. Evening Paul, what are the odds we'll get next year's CitizenCon back here in Texas?
Thank you for that 10 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. There was no drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. What are the odds? Honestly, 50-50. Probably more like 60-40 in favor of Texas because they're not going back to LA. They're not going to the EU again.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
I hit the wrong button. Luna did your subs and I'm like, bye.
Gifted Lunam, a membership. Luna Maria celebrates 13 months of membership. More dancing.
Thank you so much,
Wow.
Luna, for that 13 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive person, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The return drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. But as I was saying, it's about a 60-30. Because they're not going back to LA. It's the North America's turn, so they're probably not going to go back to Frankfurt. And while Montreal is a good option and is definitely I'd say in the running, I don't think they'd want to do Montreal on the year that they announced the actual date of the release of Squadron 42. They'd probably want to go back to Manchester, honestly, but I don't know if they'll go back to Manchester just for the fact that they want to do Squadron 42 stuff. They might. They may not, but I think the odds are 50-50 US or EU or UK. And if it's US, I would put better odds on Austin than Montreal. I think Montreal would be maybe a 1.0 level release sort of thing, or somewhere between there. Yeah, Montreal, they don't know what's there and what's not. They don't have a community manager in Montreal, as far as I know. So they'd have to fly in community managers and other people to kind of work that out. We're at L2, so it's food. Like Sigi could 100%. Hey, it's Iris. Gotta get the other food box. The helmet back on. And there we go. I'll put it in the ship. Take it to Bajini with me. There you go. Do you want to come with me and do stuff, or that's all? Thank you. Thank you, Iris. Yeah, F1 will be in Austin weekend, 17th of October, so it'd have to be the first week of October, which would be a little rougher. Okay. Thank you, Iris. I'll head out. I don't really have enough time to hang out with other folks. Because I think I'm gonna, after this chain, I'm gonna probably head over to the next game, the other game. Whenever they have it, they need a life-size Atlas Rock'em Sock'em robots in the hall. Exactly, that's perfect. I wonder if they go back to Germany again. They might. We'll see. I don't know if we'll see Germany in 2026 because usually it's US. It's US and then, Europe or UK and then back to the US. It can bounce back and forth. It's like North America and then general Europe. Yeah, I'll be heading to the other game soon. Thanks for the legs. I also wouldn't be surprised if next year they don't do a Citizen Con, because instead of doing Citizen Con, what they'll do is go to a bunch of other conventions like Gamescom and Tokyo Game Show and a bunch of the other kind of smaller, I say smaller because both of those are fucking huge game shows where they can show off Squadron 42. The IA halls being hundreds of kilometers down and out of Armistice is a real problem. CIG needs to fix this before this year's event becomes a bloodbath. Is that the reason? Maybe they just changed that. That's maybe the reason why it takes an hour, takes like 10 minutes to get down to the event center. It may actually be moving. They just may have misplaced a decimal point again and put it like 200 kilometers underground instead of 2. Yeah, all the Paxes, yeah. Oh, this is the Freelancer. It has the same problem because that's the Freelancer and Starlancer both are built with the same design philosophy. They have the big fucking, like front. Here we go. Hey, Hourglass Mage. Maybe they did that for better FPS, but forgot about the other problems. Maybe. Oop. Should probably go down again. You can see the radar? Yeah. This is the 3.24.2 patch. When we get hangar modules, like where you can mess with your ship and stuff like that, I think probably around the same time we get craftable ships. Help convince people the Perseus needs another turret or bigger guns. I mean, it's at the sweet spot where if it got 2 more turrets in the front that were size 7s, it would still be pretty dangerous, but not nearly as like overpowered as people think, because it would still require a 3rd crew member. So it would require you to have 4 crew members on guns plus 1 crew member on torpedoes and a pilot and a co-pilot. So it would be like 8. into people. It goes from being like a 5-man crew to about an 8 to at least a 6, if not longer. But I don't think it'll do it. Okay. What am I doing? I gotta actually load this thing up. You think Traverse is a good spot? It's currently armed. Knowledge's argument is that because of the upgunning to the Polaris, because the Polaris has become more of a gunboat, not directly a gunboat, but more like a gunboat rather than what it's originally supposed to be, which is just a torpedo corvette. That the Perseus, which is supposed to be a gunboat, needs to have more guns. So he's saying it needs to get either bigger guns, which I think is overkill, or more turrets. And I could see it getting, instead of, not even getting... Wow, that's a lot. I could see it getting, like... Not necessarily bigger turrets or even more size 7s. I could see it getting another twin or quad size 4 or size 5 or even size 6 guns, twin size 6 to it. Hey, how you doing, Corbin? Doing good. Because it is lacking a little bit in fighter coverage. Its main fighter coverage is just one, BERT, basically PDS, point defense system. Just finished the 24-hour stream podcast and the drive home from work. Thank you for listening to me slowly going mad. We made it to 2, not 3. Just over 2. Which is still good. Basically, we made 1, and then Andy with my radar, between his company and him solo, actually gave the rest of them funded one directly. There you go. It is 2 PDSs? The Perseus does? That had 1. Let's see. I'm going to put this up here. These are all going to Bajini. Doesn't really matter that much if I organize it. That has 1 that can double as a manned turret. It's a remote turret, but you know. One on top and 1 on the back, but nothing on the other side. I thought the Perseus has 1 on the underside, 1 on the top. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. It did, and I think that's why the size 6 is good. But I understand the idea of upgunning the Perseus a little bit. Because it's not bad, but they either need to make it a little bit better, or they need to have a ship the size of the Polaris that does what the Perseus does. So that there's actually like the Perseus, right? Because Perseus right now is the tank of that like weight class. It is smaller, obviously, than the Polaris. It's the same size as the Hammerhead. It's actually smaller than the Hammerhead, but it's still, there's really nothing above the Perseus that's below an Idris that can offer that sort of tank gameplay, where it's designed to be able to fight off or to attract and force the attention of enemies so they can keep them off of the weaker, more damage allies. I could see that. I could see them basically turning the Perseus turrets into the to the Javelin turrets, because that's basically what it is. They basically are Javelin turrets without the smaller size 4s. If they gave them size 4s on top for dual usage, I think that would make it really good. The Polaris size gun feels like a wet noodle. It took 20 shots to kill a vulture. It's bespoke, isn't it? Anything over size 5 is a joke. They can't balance big guns with slow-moving master mode ships. They seem to be able to do it with Squadron, so I guess we'll have to see how they bring that in. I'd assume Swan 42 has the armor settings the Star Citizen doesn't yet. Probably. If they keep them size 7s, that swappable ammo needs to be something new and game-changing, like AP or SP/B. The thing about the Perseus is that if CIG's working on it, that means they have to get bladed turrets, because they said that the Perseus wouldn't be released until they had bladed turrets working. So they need AI blades to be working in turrets, which means they need a lot of other stuff in there. So I wouldn't be surprised if CIG had ammo types in Squadron in some way, shape, or form, just limited already, and then moving that over to Star Citizen is the challenge at this point. I think I saw streaming in 4.0 to find a bunch of AI blades in a chest. Really? Bespoke needs to mean improved rather than broken for balancing. Yeah. So chances are they're in the works. I mean, with the PDCs in game, with players on their using those PDCs, it's clear that CIG is working on AI tracking, gun tracking stuff. I mean, obviously they need it for Squadron, but beyond just the bespoke PDC stuff. They did finally talk about how you'll rearm turrets and attack Q&A, so they seem to have an idea now. I mean, it was in the Squadron demo. The jab turrets in the demo were like M9As, but those don't look like lasers. The jab turrets were lasers. Yeah, the Perseuses are ballistic. But that's because humanity focused on ballistic cannons before they had energy technology. Improved energy technology. The hard part is probably going to be getting the AI turrets to not wreck the server. Not really. I think the balance is the issue. They want to make sure that AI turrets aren't overpowered, but they don't want to make them so that they're basically pointless. Anyone who's played Arma knows that AI in Arma is insanely good if you let it be. Game AI is easy to make, but hard to balance. Because GOF has been around forever. Good old-fashioned AI has been around forever. So if you have any practice with making it, it's not too difficult if you are in that field. The difficult part is making it balance with the game you have and making them work the way you want them to, effectively. And CIG doesn't seem to have like a bunch of nobodies in charge of AI. They seem to have people who know what they're doing with it. They specifically mention freight elevator-esque things for rearms. That would make sense. I just don't understand why people argue against it. I see PvP NPC combat in this game. What sold me is that it doesn't just so it just doesn't cut it, and it's not like it affects them. What do you mean? What, PvP combat? I don't know what the question is. 90% of you won't even PvP in here anyways. True. PvP is going to be an incredibly niche thing because I don't see CIG forcing players who want to PvP to PvP. And I don't see PvPers having any sort of... I see the game as it stands is probably going to be more PvE focused just because of the nature of trying to encourage people to play as that sort of way is it's difficult to do. Not that PvP isn't going to be in the game, but like I have not encountered organic PvP in Star Citizen in years. I don't go looking for it, but if I'm not seeing it organically on my own, meaning like somebody's in stream sniping me or like if I just bump into somebody, I think it's happened once to me in the last year, actually. But I don't know if that was because I was streaming or not. When I play the game not online, not streaming, I should say, not online. That's a little different. It's solo subcap killer, which means team play. I'm not going to solo the ship with the crew, another ship, because there's nothing else to TPS. Check out the Citizen Gun skin for the Star Lancer when you get a chance. Yeah, I'm going to have to get it as well. Hey, how you doing, X? I can talk with you Wednesday, by the way, X. Wednesday or Thursday before I go live. I also need to give you my schedule, but basically my schedule is every day after the initial day. I don't think I'll be able to do it the initial day. Back when drugs were a big thing in bounties, I ran plenty of PvP at Brios. I never lost my C2 and racked up a kill count in it. Yeah, but that was because, you know, the economy was pushing people that direction. Will do. Oh, X, by the way, I volunteered you for this Saturday. Hope you can do this Saturday for the captain's table. Because it's we're going to talk about the ships of IAE and ships of Star Citizen. I already got Space on board. I got Loken on board. I just need you. As is tradition, I'm trying to get the Inforunners together to talk about IAE at the captain's table. Freelancer max. Yep. The Freelancer does have a max. In fact, it's where the term max originally comes from in Star Citizen in terms of attached to ships. The Starlancer max just stole the same moniker. It's the same manufacturer. Like how the MR is the marquee in both the Zeus and in the Aurora. I think it's MR, right? Or is it the TR? Should be fine. An all Inforunners episode. It's been tradition with IAEs and Invictus that I can get the members of Inforunners together on the captain's table to talk about ships. They're often the most popular thing, stuff I do. Like battle groups, you assign your team in multi-crew ships. Rating, the rating is established by CIG, and based on that rating, you get upgraded ship weapons or unique skins or upgraded hulls, something to that effect. I could see something like that. Maybe in instance battles. Yeah, that's definitely something for more Arena Commander, but I could still see CIG doing some sort of thing for a reward for you doing stuff together with a group. The thing that CIG needs to do is make crewing up better than soloing. That's the key. That's hard to do, and I think they can do it. The key is to just make ships much harder to kill. After the other down seeing Loken's download speed, I uploaded my internet today and then 10 times faster. Updated my internet today 10 times. I got 36 gigabytes down in 8 minutes. It used to take 1.5 hours. Damn, that's great. Not really, because rewarding you still get a crime stat to pay file gen, not waiting to clear a crime stat. You need to remove that aspect if you don't even need rewards to allow people to opt in without punishments. You just need to have a value for it, really. And then buying the Endeavor, Misk has never captured my attention until the Starlancer. Buying the Starlancer, Luna is a member of the cult of the Endeavor, confirmed. Hey, Slouty. So I've been streaming for about 2 hours. Store. Goodbye, Starlancers. Freelancer, Starlancer. No one calls the cutter a cutty. Cutters are cutters. I don't think anyone's going to call the Starlancer a Lancer. I think people are going to call the Freelancer Lancers, and that's kind of how it is. All right, let's do one thing before we go. 2.6 million. What's my reputation like? With Kovalex, I'm currently at member. I'm almost done with member. Probably another couple of days at member and I'll get experienced. So not too bad. Once I can get it to that senior or master level, then one of these missions is going to give me, you know, 100K. You think we'll get a Starlancer Dur? 100%. I think we'll get a Starlancer Dur, and I think we'll get a Starlancer. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Starlancer, not Miss, but like a Starlancer combat version. Because the TAC is a landing version, but I mean like a bounty version. Like a Starlancer BNT. Or BTY. Slancer for Starlancer, yeah. Not the Slancer. BLT, exactly. The Starlancer BLT. We have the BLD, so it'll be like BTY. Oh, how you doing today, Paul? I'm doing okay. How you doing there, Velocity? I don't get what they're doing with Affinity. It's removed from hauling, but it's there for everything else rep-wise. Affinity? I see career. I don't see... Oh, you're talking about this whole thing? That's also misnomer. This isn't Xeno Threat as a Xeno Threat. This is CDF Xeno Threat. Like this, like getting higher, like in the greens or reds. I think it's because they're gonna change up this system. Because I imagine you get rep with the individual group, and the affinity is now going to be with whatever guild is available. So, like, doing a mission for Kovalex will get you rep with Kovalex, and then an affinity with the Trade and Transport Guild. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to affinity. I'm guessing you mean this. Like my civilian defense force, I've got super high. And microtech, I've got a little bit. Is there somewhere I can see affinity? I just got done doing streaming and now I'm sitting here enjoying my pizza. When is the space dating sim? I'm going to use the restroom. When I come back, we're going to do the Tales from Seoul. The gun dog. So. All right. I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. When I return, we'll be doing what Mondays are going to be. So for now, I'm going to be doing a little bit of this, hopping into game, into Star Citizen, playing a little bit, and then hopping over to an indie title. Especially since indie title's a little bit like shorter typically. But Monday's going to be for independent games. So I'm going to be trying to look at sci-fi, space, mecha games made from indie developers, usually smaller indie developers, and like that sort of thing, to try them out, to show them off. Because one of the things I used to do when I first started streaming was I was a space variety streamer where I played Star Citizen, but I also played Elite. I played Space Engineers. I played Take on Mars. I played Kerbal Space Program. I did a bunch of different games in rotation, and I want to try to get back to that because now that I'm more established and, you know, streaming more frequently, I want to try to bring attention to games that people might be interested in beyond just Star Citizen. Is Castle lawless? No. As much as a U.S. military base is lawless, yes, but also no. So one of the things we're looking at here is this is a visual novel. So I think visual novels are most well known. At least I most well know them for dating sims, but they're not just dating sims. They're basically just animations that you kind of like the old adventure games, where like point and click adventure games where you do actions, but those actions affect the story, but they don't necessarily change, and they may change the outcome, but you're mostly just kind of watching, reading dialogue and watching animations and, you know, seeing some scenes cut out and that kind of stuff. Yeah, kind of like an animated choose your own adventure books. So there's a space lady making out with a spaceman in the cover. You are playing a dating sim in space. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that because there's also very Macross-esque enemies that show up. So I'm going to watch, but I'm not going to play close attention. This is only the demo. This isn't the final game. It's only the demo. And that's generally what I'm going to try to do from now on is if I'm playing in an indie game, I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm going to play some of it, enough so you can get the idea of what the game is like. And then I'll let you play it on your own. And if people really want me to play the game, we'll find a time for me to play it on its own. That sounds like a lot of dating sims. Well, I mean, a lot of PC 98 games were, but it's sort of like that love letter to PC 98. Safe bet it's not one. I worked on R18 Plus for reasons. It's just back in the day, and I'm going to say something, and Luna and Destroy here, so they're going to tell me I'm wrong. But as far as I understand, back in the day, it was much more difficult to produce games, and because obviously it was. And when you had high turnaround times, or you had you want to tell a lot of stories, games generally weren't really story driven until the late 90s. And if you weren't Chris Roberts, you didn't have a lot of pull for doing the stories. People forget how basic most of the stories were in video gaming. So if you wanted to tell stories and you wanted to tell them through the medium of gaming, you had to tell text-based adventures or visual novels. And a lot of visual novels were dominated by Japanese developers in the late 80s and early 90s. I think it was mostly 90s. That was the kind of the thing. Our beautiful Roberts, yeah. So there are a lot of non-dating based visual novels that exist. It's just the most popular, well-known ones are dating visual novels. The internet is for porn. Yes, also that. But generally speaking, this is sort of that throwback to that era where you do a visual novel and it's telling a story and it's either capitalizing on the trends or somebody wants to tell the story and maybe they want to be, you know, doing animation or they want to be in movies or they want to do video games or all three. And this is sort of that mix between the two. People, do y'all remember FMV games? FMV games were all the rage in the 90s. This is just an anime version of an FMV game. Like FMV games were big in the 90s. What was it? Night Beast or Night Panic? Night Raid? I can't remember the name. It was Night something that was like the huge, like, oh, the horror. Yeah, like Wing Commander was an FMV game. So was Command and Conquer. But if you weren't EA, you didn't have the money to do FMV plus gameplay because that was expensive and time consuming. SWAT, Ninth Hour, Wing Commander 4 and 5. So it's a similar thing. Like if you weren't, what's his name? Akira Toriyama, if you didn't have that sort of riz, that sort of experience, that sort of clout, you weren't going to be able to make your big, long, story-driven epic with like cutscenes and shit, and also gameplay attached to it. Starfleet Academy, yeah. Night Trap, thank you, Mark Harden. So. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, grab something to drink. And then we're going to check out Tales from Seoul, The Gun Dog, the demo. Please stick around. Hopefully you enjoy watching it. To give you kind of an idea of what you're looking at, it comes out in February. And I'll give you at least my interpretation. My goal is to record this section, do a kind of a little capsule style, and start to post these sort of playthroughs on the channel as regular kind of drops. Maybe not every week, but every so often. That way we can kind of diversify a little bit. All right, y'all. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. And this may or may not also be because I'm really looking forward to Jump Ship. And that's technically an indie game. Don't go anywhere.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I love democracy.
Genesis.
Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall.
Genesis.
I love democracy.
Words. Distress making.
Drugs.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Genesis.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
everyone.
Genesis.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Genesis.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Genesis. 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 Barcelona. Genesis. Barcelona. Genesis. Genesis. Genesis.
Drugs. Drugs.
Hello, I like money. Genesis.
Good news, everyone.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Genesis. Barcelona. Genesis. 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 Barcelona. Barcelona. Genesis.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Oh, I have returned.
Genesis?
Give me good sound bites, Escapa. All right. So, I'm going to quit this.
Genesis?
I'll play this. Oh, this is tiny. There we go. All right. All right, so I'm going to record this. Remember, this is going to be kind of, I'm going to be doing a new thing here. Hopefully you enjoy this. Let me switch this to... There we go. All right, so I'm going to be chatting a little bit. This is going to be an experiment. So here goes nothing. Hello and welcome to the beginning of a new series that I've been calling Exploring Indie Games, or just Exploring. And today we're going to be exploring a new title that's coming out in 3 months. This is the demo from a brand new studio called Space Colony Studios. It's called Stories from Soul the Gundog. Now, I'm going to be doing these as streams, so I'm actually recording this from a stream. Chat was over here. You can see them over there. And we'll be doing I'll be doing these on Mondays, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. For those of you who are interested, come on live and we'll chat. I'll show off whatever game it is. The goal is for me not to complete these games, but more to give you a taste of what's going on, so that if you're interested in them, you can, take what you learn and pick up the game, especially to support independent companies making, sci-fi, space, mecha, cyberpunk, those sorts of things. So if you have a game you'd like to see played, if you enjoy, that's a kind of independent title that you want to help spread the word about, let me know in the comments below. And let me know if you're interested in this game in the comments below. Now, without any further ado, let's get into this game itself. I'm going to turn on the options and turn the music. Now, first off, oh, of course, I forgot to turn off the audios. Thank you for reminding me. Do I not have the button here? I don't have a button here, that's why. There we go. Turn them off. I need to actually put that button on there. I have it for the other one, but not this one. All right. So to start off with, this is a wonderfully animated. You can actually get in different options here. So if you go to the options, you can go Dojin, you can go studio mode and vivid mode. So Dojin is sort of like, you know, an old anime aesthetic. Studio mode is more like the handheld aesthetic, with the vivid being kind of the PC 98 style. This is a visual novel. Like I said, this is a demo. So let's take a look at it. September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Following a raft. Oh, I have some issues here. Following a raft of oppressive policies and crackdowns from Earth-based government from the Solar Federation. Updating this live. Try to change it. There we go. Updated it. The joint forces of the Martian territories and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. This conflict came to be known as the Solar War. The war carried on for 3 years, but eventually the combined forces of the Martian territories and Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push the Federation military all the way back to the planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in the lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit aboard the Jovian carrier JFS Calique. You reflexively tighten your grip on your armored frame's twin flight sticks as another wave of vibrations reverberates through the cockpit. The creak of your new flight suit and the quickening breath are only sounds you hear above the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. As you squeeze the controls tighter, their plastic casings creak under the pressure. You try and stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are remnants of huge shock waves that are buffering the Calique, the carrier that you're stationed on. Each one is a near miss as an explosion tears through the space around the ship. You try and push your thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breathing, but you've already realized that the frequency means the Calique must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon, and you'll be engaging your first real sortie, your first real fight, in fact. You feel your throat tightens. Simulations are as good as the real thing. That's what your trainer told you all. But you know that the pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours of live flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere near the front lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Command had told you that the modern simulators meant cadets could graduate without the needs for these exercises. You'd overheard the rumors, though. The Jovian colony fleet had lost a lot of pilots, and still wanting to keep pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from the Europa colony. You'd undergone basic training, but there's almost all of your flight training had taken place on the cruiser's journey from the Jovian Space. You wonder how the others are feeling right now, whether... Maintenance crew. Calique 5, this is flight deck. We're preparing your squad for takeoff. Running last-minute diagnostics on your frame. Activating all systems. Now. All right, looks like you're good to go. We'll run a few more checks, and then we'll have your spaceborne in a few minutes. You ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Damn straight. Yeah, I can't wait to get there. I'm gonna, you stammer, trying your best to convince your engineer, that's not the engineer, but yourself, that you're ready for this what's coming for you. Whoa, take a breath there, Calique 5. They're not gonna, it's not gonna be that bad out. No need to get all riled up here in the hangar. Tell you what, pilot, what's your name? Paul, obviously. Okay, Paul, what's your surname? Him? Yes. Okay, Ensign Shelley, first up, take a few deep breaths for me, and in and out. Nice and slow, you got that? You draw one long measured breath in, hold it, then release it. Following the engineer's instructions, you repeat this a few more times. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow and some of the tension in your body slip away. You still feel on the edge, but you're slightly more in control. All right, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign. You ain't got a thing to worry about out there. The way I heard it is that all the Terran's best pilots are taken care of between here and Mars. Heck, Martians are the ones who've been leading the charge today, so they're the ones taking the flak. Propagandist machines selling this as our decisive strike against Earth's last line of defense. But between you and me, it ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. A buddy of mine in operations said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a dull ring over the comms and sit bolt upright in your seat, slouching back and exhaling as you realize it's nothing more than the engineer striking the cockpit armor on your frame. This beauty here is a work of art. Terran frames ain't got nothing on her. She's all tuned up and ready to go. Probably spent more time in this one than I have with my own kid. Ha! So don't you worry. Remember what they taught you in the training and leave the rest up to her, and you'll come out in this just fine. Despite your startled reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious and starting to rub off on you. You adjust your position in your seat so that you're sat upright, straight, and soft hum of frame systems now seem to be more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up operation, you think? Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here in our top-of-the-line frames. Yeah, nothing to worry about. So, Ensign Shelley, how are you feeling about things now? You almost managed to reply with something preppy and upbeat, but at last moment, the words catch in your throat. If this were a simple mopping up operation, why does it keep happening in lunar orbit, not nearer to Earth? Why are these explosions so close to Kaliki? These questions turn in your head as you grip the flight sticks again. Hey, Ensign, you still there? Comm's still green? How are you feeling? Oh, sorry. Comm's green. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Ready to kick ass and everything. You lie. That's the spirit, kid. Just remember that what I told you. Look after that frame and she'll look after you. Ain't no thing. You're a teenage teen. You're full of angst and will kill the Earthies with your moody mood. Yeah, this is already very, very atmospheric in the sense that it's already setting up oh, you're a teenager. you're like probably like 18 at most, going to fight war with absolutely no experience. I do enjoy a good story. This seems to be pretty interesting. Quick breakdown. So this is the end of what's called the Solar War between Earth, Mars, and the Jovian fleet. So the Jovian fleet and Mars are lying against Earth, and the Martians and the Jovian fleets are pushing back the Terrans all the way back to Earth. And so you're playing as a pilot. This game's called Tales from Seoul, the Gun Dog. This is the kind of introduction. The actual game takes place after the war, but this is your character's beginning. Left alone with your thoughts, you tune back into the gentle hum of the frame. You watch the seconds tick away on the cockpit clock whilst you wait for an order to launch. The wait seems to drag on and on. You carry out with the last few minute flight checks as you already completed them. But as you already completed them, when you boarded, nothing has changed. Commander. All right, pilots, listen up. This is Kaliki 1. We've been cleared for launch, so be ready for immediate action. All frames will be taking off in designated order. Attack formation. Sound off. Kaliki 2, ready. Kaliki 3, ready. Kaliki 4 here, ready to take off. Paul. Kaliki 5, confirm your status. Oh, yeah, Kaliki 5, standing by. Keep it together, Kaliki 5. Kaliki 6. Kaliki 6, ready. All right, Kaliki squad, move out. Kaliki 1 launching. Kaliki 2 launching. Kaliki 3 launched. Kaliki 4 moving out. The roll call is your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone. Sounds almost like a countdown to you. Once Kaliki 4 has declared their launch, you know your time has come to disengage the restraints and prepare yourself. Kaliki 5, launching. You shout as you slam the flight sticks forward and maximum thrust. Kaliki 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. Kaliki 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. Engineer's instructions barely register as confusion as you're jerked around the cockpit, your helmet slamming in the control panel as a brief moment of thrust throws you back to your seat before you're wrapped again. Warnings flash all over your monitors and sirens alerts around from your cockpit. Kaliki 5, abort launch. Abort launch and cut the thrusters. Takes you a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sets back in neutral position. The roar from your frame's engines dies and your cockpit regains in stillness. You wince as the metallic taste of blood hits your mouth. All right, Kaliki 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame's restraints don't accept the disengage command, so you're still attached to the Kaliki. We're going to need you to run diagnostics. Shouldn't take you too long. You slump in the cockpit chair and exhale deeply. Your heart is still pumping 1,000,000 miles per minute. Your lips stinging. You continue to slow your breathing as you listen to the still open communications channel from maintenance crew as they work to get the frame released. Yeah. Hey, yeah, looks like the restraints disengaged. Command didn't register. Yeah. Yeah, Unit 5. All right, yeah. Get Unit 6 out. No sense in waiting for this one. Okay, start the diagnostic and reboot necessary. Calico 6, launching. Maintenance crew. What do you mean hardware fault? We've checked 10 times since Mars, at least. It was who was assigned to Unit 5? Oh, fine. Right. Shut down the systems, run the diagnostics again. I don't want this frame to be out there in another 5 minutes. Calico 5, we're going to shut down your frame systems for a moment so we can run diagnostics. Stay ready, though. We'll have you launching soon. Calico 5, understood. Ready and waiting. As your cockpit fades to darkness again, you release the flight sticks and suddenly realize how long it's been since you've clutched your fist around them. Ooh, yeah. You flex your fingers and roll your shoulders, exhaling again as you begin to hear the muffled sounds of the engineers working from your frame's restraints. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This is what you wanted, wasn't it? You'd spent so long worrying about this mission that you'd thrown up twice in the past 24 hours. Now it looks like it was all for nothing. You got what you wanted, and you were safe. As safe as you can be. Strapped in the inside of a military carrier in an active armored frame, anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at the thought. Getting shot in an inactive frame is still its restraints. Become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots through the entirety of the Jovian fleet. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they returned, you'd be laughing, stock of the entire Calico. The pilot who'd spent the entire first mission stuck in a dark cockpit, who dodged a bullet you'd never... This is Calico 6. They've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming from Earth. Calico 1, they're going to cut off you from the fleet. Calico 6 signal disappearing as you sit bolt right upright as you begin pressing buttons, trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor so you can see what's going on. However, with your frame systems shut down remotely by the maintenance crew, you can't do nothing. You can do nothing but sit in the dark stillness and listen to the events unfold. Calico 6, respond. Calico 6, what's going on? How many carriers are coming from the E field? Ma'am, Calico 6 signals has been lost. It's not responding. Ma'am, hold it together, Calico 4. All units form up. Defensive formation on me. I said all units. Calico 2, don't break formation. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh God. Ma'am, help. An instant of your communication channel is flooded with cries of terror and panic. Yes, we're already getting the Gundam-esque PTSD. Woo! Flooded with cries and terror, you hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots' exclamations of fear as this unexpected enemy force bears down on them. Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the dark confines of your cockpit. Hey, who's out there? Engineering, hey, get me ready. I can help. Get me ready to launch. Engineering. They're getting killed out there. I need to go now. You shout demands to get your frame ready for launch over the channel, but are met with no response. The dark of the cockpit with your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed or if no one's listening. With all attention turned to receiving the battle damage units from your squad. Listen to me. Anyone, get me out of here. You desperately begin attempting to manual override your systems, but you find nothing responds to you. The only spark of life that you can glean from your frame is the small diagnostics progress bar. That is hell. I need out of here. Anybody, hey! In one last desperate attempt to begin hammering on your cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineers who could hear you outside earlier. The entire time, the chaos of the combat of space is narrowed to broken fragments of radio chatter. Oh, there's 3, 4 on me. I've lost my shield. I can't shake them. They're everywhere. Line of retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship, ma'am. What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4, on me. We're going to punch a hole through their formation and... Ma'am, come in, ma'am. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh. One by one, your squad signals disappear, and the cacophony of panic disappears, replaced by a gentle hiss of static. You stop hammering on the side of your cockpit as the last voice cuts off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, Your empty stomach feels like a rock had sunk into the bottom of it. You lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Kaliki 5. Ready for takeoff. September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements for the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the battle above Lunar is a victory for the joint Martian and Jovian forces. This would be the final battle of the Solar War. Having lost their last stronghold on Lunar, the Solar Federation would agree to cease fire and sign an armistice to end the hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. With the conflict between the Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian alliance concluded, the Kaliki and her crew soon returned to the Europa colony near Jupiter. April 19th, Planetary Calendar 2214. The reduced need for pilots away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars saw Ensign Shelley reassigned to security detail aboard various Jovian ships. He's eventually promoted to lieutenant. 4 years have passed since the battle above Lunar. The Jovian colony fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual signals coming from further out in the solar system. The patrol ship JFS Gundog is dispatched to support the JFS O'Brien in its investigation of these signals. Jovian Space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. As the rumble of the Gundog's engines roaring to life reverberates through the ship, you clench your fists. It's been 4 years, and to this day, the sensation of tremors, whether the ship engines, docking clamps, or weapons drills, still ties your stomach in knots. A bad trait for a ship security officer. You shake your head and exhale slowly, taking a moment before stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawers closed. You feel the click as it locks into place, and the exterior plastic paneling sits completely flush with its surroundings. Stepping back, you look around the room. You take another deep breath and hold it in for a moment. Although it was far from your first posting as a security officer, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they came with their own unique crews and personalities. With those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take a look around the room, taking stock of your surroundings. Okay. A standard cruise bunk. Once you've slept in one, you've slept in them all. Although this one's nicer than the ones. This is one of the nicer ones I've been assigned to. A wall panel can be removed by jimmying it open with a thin object. Crew members often stash contraband there. Looks like this one's not been touched, though. The terminal lets me access the ship's computer. It's got a clock and a word processor and even a calendar. I can also access records and write orders from here, but from anything else I'd need access to the core, which is limited for those operations as command. Standard door with an electronic lock and magnetic bolting system. The only way in or out, unless you plan on getting creative with maintenance tunnels. This lets me control the room's lighting from the bed. I keep my books here too. I'm currently reading Tales of the Cosmic Champions series. Huh. This is a normal storage unit. I travel light, so mine's only got clothes in it. See if there's anything else I can find. That's it. Oh shit! Looks like it looks like I've been instructed to report to the bridge to meet the captain. I haven't met anyone since my transport on the spaceport ran late. I just about made it on board to have the launch. Okay. You step outside into the empty corridor, and the door to your quarters gently hisses behind you. The keypad gives a short series of beeps, and you hear the lock engage. The dull thrum of the ship's systems barely audible, but otherwise you stood in total silence. The air is cooler outside your quarters, and the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. This has been the same in every ship you've been stationed on, and it's the point it doesn't surprise you. Okay, this is a Swift-class patrol vessel, which means if I leave this quarters block, I'll be four-side through frame. If I go right to the aft, I'll arrive at the central hub, and then I can head to the bridge. You leave the crew block behind. You find yourself a much larger corridor that stretches from your left with multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza-like space. A very faint breeze coming from your left ruffles your hair and chills you slightly as you hear the sounds of human activity. From the right, you can hear the hum of ship's engines more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet whirling sound. Looks like I was right. This portion of the thoroughfare will let me access both the set of crew quarters, the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. From there, I can access the rest of the ship's areas. I should hurry to meet up with the captain before I look around anywhere else. Central hub. You enter the central hub, you hear a low whirring noise, and the engines grow louder. You can see the readouts above the elevators change, letting you know someone's using it to travel to another part of the ship. Looking around, you see entrances to both the fore and aft thoroughfares, as well as the corridor and the airlocks. These elevators will take me into the to the bridge where the captain will be. Shouldn't waste any more time. Knowing you should report to the captain, who is at this point the ship's journey should be stationed at the bridge, you make your way towards the elevators and click the call button. You step back and watch the indicators above the elevator waiting for you to arrive. As you wait, your mind begins to wander, and you're caught unaware as you feel something suddenly jab your back, and a voice behind you declares, "Hands in the air! Identify yourself!" Your posture stiffens as you snap back to reality, caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race in your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there already be another security detail on board? That shouldn't be possible. As far as you know, you're the only one, unless... I said hands in the air, punk! You tentatively raise your hands, palms flat and facing forward, as whatever it has been thrust into your small of your back is removed slowly. Then you hear the person behind you take a step back. You exhale and begin to turn around. Lieutenant Shelley, security detail, ID S0254JFSG. On my way to meet the captain to... Where you expect to be a gruff crew member, Ancestor met with a bright and cheery officer waving a pen around with a large smile on her face. You're taken aback for a moment. This isn't just any officer. This is... Cassie? What are you... Paul, I've missed you so much! Cassandra, you big doofus, you should have seen your face when I turn around. You were all... I love that the face you make when you think you're in trouble. It's like you're playing the big soldier. You will get... It's like you think playing the big soldier will get you out of trouble. It's so cute. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. You should have known. Really. She's always been the one for bad jokes and stupid pranks as long as you've known her. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for irresponsibility is the reason why, despite her talents, she's not commanding a ship of her own. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did I get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right? But if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted you to her in the first place. You've been dating for nearly 2 years now, but a lot of that has been over electronic mail or in letters. Your postings have never lined up until now. Hold on. You're a lieutenant dating a lieutenant commander on the ship you're in. Not bad writing, but still. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed on Reliant. You never said you were being transferred. What happens? Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement was heard with the head of operations on the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory for my career. Cassandra, please. Okay. So maybe when it came to change the ship's cybersecurity passwords, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in a computer core waiting for it to generate new code. So I just changed all the existing passwords by a single digit. You place your face in your hands as a dull groan arises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard a story like this. And maybe it turns out that when you run cybersecurity drills, they assume that the enemy will have your old passwords, so try brute forcing them from those. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds. But at least they found out I'm done. But at least they found out I'd done that in a drill, not in a real engagement, right? I've basically saved the entire ship in advance. I'm surprised you're still even stationed on a ship. How are you not stuck up back in records room at Europa Colony right now? Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? Turns out that this mission was organized at the really short notice, and the Gundog was the only ship available. The problem was that they have been having issues with the crew. So they had to transfer some in short notice. Luckily for me, lucky for me that I'd also recently been made available. That's weird. I'd only just been stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transited. Cassandra got you transferred? God damn. Okay, you figured it out. I may have used one of my contacts from the academy who works in resource to transfer you over here. This is not good. This is really stupid. This is good writing. Because like this, I already said like this doesn't make any sense. You would definitely not have a superior officer transfer her boyfriend over to her ship, or have her boyfriend and her boyfriend on the same ship as her. That usually would be frowned upon. But it's clear that she's kind of a doofus, and she wanted you on that with her. It's really good. I like it. I'm pretty sure you know every regulation that you broke by doing that. Oh, what was I supposed to do? Get stationed to some tiny ship heading to the middle of nowhere with no one I know in the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I'm glad to see you. I've missed you too, you know. It's been a long time. You don't become part of the Reliance Operations Department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, you said you were on your way to see the captain, right? Have you had a chance to take a look around the ship yet? No, not yet. I was going to. Great, I'll show you around. I've been here a few days, so I basically know the ship by the back of my hand. Where'd you want to go first? I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engines start up, so I know they're launching soon, and I thought I should probably report to her as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Besides, Captain Bartholomews, I guess it's supposed to be, isn't exactly a stickler for procedure, so we can check out anywhere we want before we head up there. Well, all right. In that case, great. This is going to be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll have seen every inch of the ship and met everyone on board. It's been so long since we last saw each other, too. We definitely need to take time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted. She's asking for sex. Check out your quarters. Yeah, I know. Look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to the first destination, waving you to follow. It might be a small ship, you think, but now you'd be perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself where you'd be spending the rest of your duty. This feels like this is going to be more about like the mecha stuff is interesting because it's definitely the kind of this aesthetic. This feels much more like a mystery. Like your job, you're a security officer, so your job is to just like maybe look into crimes or situations while also investigating this mystery you're going on. So it's going to be more about like an investigation rather than necessarily maybe like some social navigation rather than just like combat and stuff like that. Mecha's a side bit. Yeah. I like the aesthetics and I like the mecha like addition because it kind of adds to the theme of what they're going for. The, like I said, late 70s, mid 80s sort of mecha craze sort of story. You are a mech pilot. You were a mech pilot, and now you're a security officer. So you were a mech pilot in the war, and you've left the mech pilot. You're get promoted to lieutenant. So yeah. I imagine it'll come back. They seem to really know what they're doing. So, all right, let's go to sickbay. The other door opens, you both step out in the wide open room. You're immediately struck by the glare of the high power lights that are set into the ceiling, and just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of clinical disinfectant burns your nostrils. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sickbay: a set of beds that extrude from the wall on one side, a large gallery window set into the wall on the other, indicating the presence of a surgery wing. The walls are lined with cupboards and cabinets containing medical supplies and various devices sit on countertops. In the middle of the room, a large desk set to face the entrance. On the side closest to you are two chairs. On the other side sits a figure you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until they look up. Miss Quinn, excellent timing. I've just finished the analysis of your... Hey, Doc, don't worry about that right now. I'm giving a tour to our new security officer. Very good, Miss Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Shelley. I'm the ship's doctor, Sifa Rosarium. I reviewed your file already, so feel free to stop by any complaints. So feel free to stop by with any complaints. Okay. But since you're here, Miss Quinn, I'd really like to talk about your gastro. Honestly, doctor, it's fine. We can talk about it. Intestinal, doctor, later. Distress. Okay, doctor. A moment, please. Honey, could you just give me a few minutes with the doctor? Yeah, no problem. She's having the shits. Cassandra grabs the doctor by his sleeve and drags him over to the surgery wing, yanking him through behind the door. Once the door closes, you can hear them, but you can still see them through the gallery window. You decide to turn your attention away to examine a nearby poster on the space illnesses. Yes, thank you, doctor. I understand. So that includes any synthetic meats or carbohydrates. Understood. But as I've explained, you've got a full supply of NutriShake powders that should serve as a balanced replacement for the meals from the food vendor. You should alleviate your... Doctor! Tummy troubles. This tour is moving on. I like it. Let's go to the after. Let's kind of go up and down. You head away from the central hub noise so the engine becomes quieter and ambient temperatures feel cooler. The thoroughfare stretches in front of you in doorways leading to other areas of the ship visible in the distance. And here we are in the four-feed? I can't remember what that is. Thoroughfare. I know. I went to my quarters earlier when I came aboard. What did you just say? Four-side through fare. No, I don't think you did. I 100% said four-side thoroughfare. Ha ha ha. It's a tricky thing to say. Okay, I screwed up too. Four-side thoroughfare. Four-feed thoroughfare. Four-feed thoroughfare. Okay, she did definitely... I definitely fucked that up. Intentionally. Why is this game... I don't like this game. That's really good writing. I hate you, writer. We call this one a draw, Lieutenant. Yeah, seriously. Fire control. Moving beyond the mess hall and the access hall to continue the four-side thoroughfare. The door at the end of the corridor is shut. The words fire control painted on large stenciled letters. Cassandra swipes her key card to the reader of the door before turning to you. So this is fire control. The gunner's probably here. But, well, you'll see. That's pretty cryptic. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust to the ship's that the strip lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by phosphorescent glow from an alcove full of screens and readouts. Looking at the screens, each one seems to not be showing much more than a few specks on a black background. From experience, though, you know what you're looking at is a live feed from cameras all over the ship's exterior. The center of this alcove, facing away from you, is a seat, like the ones on the bridge. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tiny rhythmic hiss coming from it. So anyway, all of the ship's weapon systems are controlled from here. These screens give the gunner a panoramic view of, is the gunner here right now? You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but you can't be sure. It's not just a flash of readout reflecting off the service. Oh, Dylan? Yeah, he's here. Should we say hello? Well, normally I would, but Cassandra leans back slowly, trying to get to serendipitously sneak a peek at what's on the other side of the chair without noticing her. She quickly turns back to you after a moment's pause. He looks so in the zone, you know? It seems a shame to interrupt them. Interrupt what? Cassandra leans back again after a moment, quietly gestures for you to come take a look. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a little bit older than you. His eyes are closed and his face picture of absolute serenity. Over his ears, possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've ever seen in your life. As he sits there, oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down, his wrists flick constantly. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying a cassette player poking out of his jacket pocket. You realize that the hiss you hear is from the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to, escaping from these substantial headphones. Is this okay? Shouldn't be a bit more attentive? Don't worry, it's fine. He's not even on duty. Yeah, but what if there's an alert? Let's find out. Cassandra moves to a panel before the monitor-laden alcove takes a receiver off the wall and enters a few numbers in the keypad. Hi, Vanessa? Yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system in the fire control? No, I know, it's not scheduled. It's a spot check. Yeah, random testing, you know? Chief's orders. Of course she asked. Why wouldn't I be asking for a spot check of the fire alert control if the chief didn't ask? You're a darling. Thanks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Loud! An instant you see the figure in the chair bolt upright, yank their headphones off, and lay their hands on the fire control systems. Their heads snapping back and forth as they rapidly survey the wall monitors. False alarm? Hey, Dylan. Don't mind us. Just had to do a spot check on the alarm system. Chief's orders. Oh, hey, Quinn. No problem. Who's this? Lieutenant Paul Shelley, ship security. Oh, hey, Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. Dylan Dees. Dylan Dees. Cobb, yeah. Welcome aboard. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of an awesome solo. I'm going to have to rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you. Let's go to the hangar. As you head down to the four-side thoroughfare, away from the crew quarters, Cassie stops by a double-sided doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it. Watch your step. She instructs, tapping the knuckles on a large warning sign next to the door that reads low gravity zone. Once the door opens, she heads through there and you follow her into a wide stairwell. It only takes 2 steps before you can feel yourself grow lighter. By the time you reach the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating. Stepping in the hangar and onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you is that your profiles of 2 armored frames stood as if on guard, facing the main area of the hangar. Although you fully expect to see them from here, every Jovian ship features at least a few. The sight of armored frames stirs uncomfortable memories in you, and you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you grabbed tightly. Calci 2, ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh God, ma'am, help! The line's retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship, ma'am. What do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4 on me. We're going to punch a hole through the formation and... Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. And think it's just the change in gravity level. Left me a bit queasy. I know how you feel. I was late for hangar audit once and rushed down straight after a big lunch. Was moving so fast that with a gravity shift, my stomach contents wouldn't keep up. Gross. Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. You know the rule of low gravity zones. What you spew is up to you. It wasn't going to be late and clean up duty. Speaking of duties, shouldn't there be someone around here? Dalton should be around here somewhere. If you're feeling funny, stay here for a moment and I'll go see if I can find him. Sure. He watches as, despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her 2 hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over into the emptiness. Thanks to the low gravity, she doesn't fall, but instead kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. As Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching onto one of the armored frame's legs and using it to swing herself around and float into a different direction, you place your elbow on the railing and your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic features of the armored frames, heads, and sigh deeply. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch in one of the frames being half open. Looking around, you see everything as you expect. Armored frame, weapon racks, storage containers, various equipment, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. The cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks its pattern. It's weird. I can't find him anywhere. I know he's definitely his shift now. He should be around here somewhere. Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame with the ajar cockpit hatch, a thought strikes you. I think I have an idea. Follow me. You carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassie had performed and kick off towards the huge machine's cockpit. Once you're close enough, you grab hold of the arm and pull yourself towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you, and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operations issue, so I'll let you handle it. Leaving the discipline up to me again, huh? Cassandra nimbly clambers into the armored frame, positioning herself right above the cockpit. Bracing herself on the machine's chest, she brings her heel down sharply and repeatedly on the armor. Cadet Grange, attention! You hear a muffled scream from the cockpit, followed by a dull thud and a string of muttered cursings. And finally, a figure emerges from the cockpit. Ah, ma'am, I was just checking calibrations. The calibrations of the AF. I got some feedback that... Oh, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Excuse me, Cadet? Just? Is that how you dress your superior officer, Cadet? Oh, ma'am, no, ma'am. I was expecting to see you in the hangar. I was not expecting you to see her, ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit there, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am. Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, Cadet, this is Lieutenant Shelley, ship security officer. Sir, Cadet Dalton Grange, junior engineer. Good to meet you, Cadet. Looks like you've got your work. They've got you working hard. Looks like. Oh, no, sir. Well, that is, yes, sir. But not as hard as I'm falling asleep. No, sir. I was recalibrating the sensor array on the... Take it easy, Cadet. We've all taken a nap in a cockpit in our lives. Well, of course, we never took cockpit naps with the chief giving us our orders. So you probably need to get back on that with whatever you were doing, huh? I totally forgot. She's going to kill me. Good kid, right? I feel sorry for him already. Set futurism is so cool. I mean, I'm a fan of Halo, and that's very similar sort of like initial styling, so. And here we have the highlight of this entire tour, the mess hall. There's vending machines in the mess hall. I guess that makes sense. Cassandra's face radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway that you're stood by into the mess hall. Looking inside, you see a canteen like any other. Tables, chairs, vending machines, it's all here. This is the highlight? Looks pretty standard mess hall to me. You bet. You know why? Tell me. Because they all got they've got both the different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks the spicy potato chips and the white one that stocks all the different chocolate bars. Wow. So that's all the bases covered, huh? They've got all the foundational food groups. Spicy chips and chocolate. I'm not sure. Hey, Quinn. Rough voice comes up further in. You hadn't noticed them from previously because of the Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corner, stands up, drops a half-smoked cigarette into the coffee cups, and strides over. The 80s. What's going on, Quinn? Who's this? Lieutenant Rummy. You were just smoking in the mess hall? Take it easy, Quinn. I was sat right by the extractor vent for a meal vendor. No harm, no foul. That's not the point. The extra strain on the air scrubbers from a cigarette. Yeah. So anyway, who's this hottie? Well, Kat's got her tongue. Name's Harv. Or Haru. Haru Rummy. How about you, good looking? Oh, Lieutenant Paul Shelley, ship security. Paul Shelley? No way, really? Last time I checked. Well, all right. Good to know. That's all for me, Shelley. You know where my quarters are, right? Well, you're lost, Lieutenant. Catch your nerds later. What was that about? I can't stand them sometimes. They swagger around the ship like they own the place, just because they're one of the only two pilots on board. Newsflash, Haru. Second best pilot out of the two is the last place. Don't worry about them too much. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them too much. They're not worth it. Arrgh. Why do I have a feeling that they're non-binary? That's cool. But so for those of you who don't know, I'm writing a book that has mech themes, that kind of stuff, and there's a character that I'm creating that's in the book that's basically Haru. Based off of the vibes I'm getting, I'm like, damn, fuck. So, but yeah, that is absolute Chad move right there. Crew quarters 2. This is the second crit of crew quarters, where operations staff, that's me and Vanessa, the department heads and the captain have their quarters. Makes sense. Of course, it's obvious why you'd come this way so soon after finding out I was part of the crew. What do you mean? I'm supposed to be meeting the captain soon. I know, and despite what you've left, despite that you've let your libido guide you to my quarters, you animal. Let's maybe save that for later, okay? You tease! I'm not going to Cassandra's quarters yet. So your quarters are down this way, huh? That's right, why? I was wondering why you'd be on a Swift class. There's 2 different quarter sections. One has all the department chiefs, while the other had the crew that work on those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if you'd count as a department head or not. Well, I guess I don't. I'm just slumming it. And that's not what I meant was that I'm messing with you. Don't worry about it. The head of security is typically under the captain's instruction anyways, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way. I guess so when you put it like that. So you haven't met any of your neighbors yet? Well, let's see. Okay, central hub. Airlock. This is a big ship. Oh, so it's adult time. Got started. Was very nice. And this is the main airlock, the main way to get in and on and off the ship when it's docked. Thanks, but I've already been here. Oh, really? When? Actually, I think I'm confusing you with somewhere else. What else can you tell me? Well, it's got one of the best views in the ship, for one thing. You look around, you can't see any windows. You wouldn't expect to be on a military vessel where an inclusion like that would compromise the structure. Here? Really? Yeah, really, check it out. Cinder strides over to the terminal set on the wall next to an airlock hatch and quickly begins typing in commands you put into it. You hear a sequence of beeps, and she stands back, gesturing proudly to the screen. Not too bad, huh? You look at the screen, but all you can see is a dark display with a few errant pixels suspended in it. Is that working? Of course it's working, look! You stare harder in the screen, and although it takes a moment, eventually you realize that's an exterior feed. That's right. Normally you can only actually see out of the gun dog from either the bridge or the hangar, but the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations, so you can access feeds from the terminals around the ship. That's actually pretty cool. This isn't the view from the bridge or hangar better, because you're actually looking out. Well, maybe, but there's always someone else around. You never get to the view yourself. No one ever comes here, and so it's quiet. It's almost like you're out there. I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet this way. And with a fancy screen like that, it's basically a real view. I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come out here and see the stars whenever you want. Thanks. So I have a feeling that this is trying to capture the hurry up and wait aspect as well, of like the kind of like a lot of access. A lot of time spending in the military is just nothing. And so they're trying to kind of lean into that a little bit. So I begin to worry about the general competence of the Jovian Navy's crews. To be fair, you're no longer in combat, and this is kind of a last-minute, half-assed sort of group thrown together. You're a patrol ship in peacetime. I don't know. You may be the only person on the ship with combat experience. So... all right, let's go through the aft thoroughfare. Plot point. As the two of you leave the central hub behind, you travel down the aft side thoroughfare. The hum of the engines continue to grow louder. You'd effectively filtered the noise out in the rest of the ship, but as you get closer to the rear of the ship, they increase considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? The what? I said, are the engines... I heard you the first time. I'm just messing with you. You could have fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is this supposed to be like that? Supposed to? No, not really. But the gun dog is a Swift class, a type of patrol troop that's designed for rapid response. They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That or be the first on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings. If anyone comes too close to Jovian Space, which means design-wise, they're prioritize speed above everything else. I guess that's the best way to sum it up, is that the gun dog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. This is a Polaris. Literally, this is a Polaris. Well, that's reassuring. Oh, it's fine. It just means that there's no space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You miss it when you leave. All right, we got engineering. Let's go to engineering, then leave at armory. As the two of you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the thrum of the engines grows louder still. The featureless paneling that has made up the majority of the ship's interior quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth flooring transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads to one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the side of various apparatuses cycle through different readings. The light from the screens reflected off ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is right. This is central engineering. Pretty much every system aside from the engines themselves and the central computer can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Well, a Swift class relies on absolute minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier for them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way they don't have to run from one end of the ship to the other to get all the repairs done if something goes wrong. Huh. You certainly know a lot about the ship engineering. What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Oh yeah? Whilst you're here, can you share some of that knowledge? What's that over there? That's the Pholenic Conversion Unit. And what's that? That's the Omnifaceted Wane Shaft. And what about that? That's the Turbo Encabulator. The Turbo Encabulator! I get that joke. Every day is a school day. I'm head of operations, not chief engineer, okay? I don't need to know what... Hey, no one better be screwing around up here. You both jump to the stern boys box you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating, there's another catwalk situated below the one you're stood, and the crew member moving at speed towards the ladder that joins you to the 2 walkways. I swear, if I find so much as a single terminal readout out of place, I'm stuffing you 2 into the organics processing system. I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressors. The crew member continues to grumble as they ascend. Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pen has somehow fallen into system block again. No, Chief. Got it right here. Damn straight you do. You better make sure you hang on to that thing, else you're going to need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. And who is this? Your wayward security officer? You got a name there? You quickly throw a sharp salute to the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up on her force of personality. It feels like it adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Lieutenant Shelley, security officer of the JFS Gundog, ma'am. Less of that man business, Shelley. My name's Mackenzie Cathaways, chief engineer, but that's chief to you. Yes, Chief. Damn straight. Now, what are you 2 doing in engineering? We're just giving Lieutenant Shelley a tour of the ship, Chief. Is that so? You never been to a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. Only served on a strike or supply class to date. That's so. Which strike vessels? JFS Victory, JFS Thunderbolt, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? I don't think either of those 2 are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen what new streamlined distribution systems. I wonder if you would have seen the power coils, though. I think the Victory is part of that production. You and Cassandra exchange a quick, nervous glance as the chief, who'd previously seemed like she was about to physically throw both of you out of engineering, suddenly begins to conversation with herself. You continue to stand nervous and tension when she ruminates about the ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with about those ships? Oh, lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, Shelley. Unless you can tell me whether the Victory was outfitted with the 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyways. Sorry, Chief, I don't think I could. Wonder if this is because of the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal traversal impact. Although maybe it could be that it takes... I think now would be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'll just be going now. Oh, yeah, sure. Just don't let me catch you screwing around in here again. I'm going to the central computers. You swipe a keyboard through the card reader into the terminal on the door leading to the central computer. The door doesn't open, and instead you hear a harsh tone from the terminal, which is now displaying an error message. Looking at the screen is a message displayed in large flashing letters. Access denied. Insufficient authority. Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to go into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team have allowed access. Oh? I didn't think any of the ships I've been on had computer systems like this. The bigger ships usually have their computing distributed amongst multiple systems across the ship. But, because they're also a lot larger crews, there's more of that people on board to responsible for. I think that's because the Swift class is so small, there's such a limited crew, they need to assign more functionality to the computer. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it. I see. You said that operations have access? Can we have a look using your authority? Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliance computer system seriously, the captain's told me not to mess around with it. Ah. But it's not that interesting anyways. The view watch from around the corner as Chief Cathways continues to mutter to herself, paces back and forth, checking terminal readouts and various displays. Eventually, she heads down the ladder that she'd climbed to confront you, now out of sight. Cassandra darts towards the engine room, gesturing for you over. Checking over your shoulder in case the chief has reappeared, you make your way to her, just in time to the doorway in the engine room to open and Cassandra to disappear inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's got to be better than staying out here with the chief. The room you find is similar to size to the area just left, but whilst that was crammed full of huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled with a colossal cylindrical device. So it's 75% engine, 50% computer, 10% hull, and 5% crew? Yeah. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as its vibrations emits shake your whole body. This is the main engine. Well, one of them anyways. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with 2 of these. I see what you meant when you said the gun dog's a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to them. This thing's massive. I know. Look at it and you feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engines weren't there. That's because it's impossible to get the Higgins field distortion drive any smaller. Ah, Chief! Chief! I know you said that so these engines are combination nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgins field distortion drive. If the HFDD wasn't there, then this engine would be about 10 times smaller than it is. Though I hear that they've managed to improve the efficiency of newer MPEs, so it's possible that the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Can either of you tell me how an HFDD works? HFDD? Higgins Field Distribution Drive. That's what they're teaching you at what are they teaching at the Academy? It's the drive that allows for ships to move far beyond speeds allowed by conventional engines, although it's nowhere near as faster than light. Is this a reference to the Higgs boson? It's nuclear pulse, yeah, an Orion. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be an Orion drive. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry that we'll even live long enough to see the end of the journey. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. Yeah, it's the Higgs. It allows you to interact with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. It is a reference to Higgs boson. Okay. Oh, right. Mm-hmm. So what the drive does is the warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. It's a warp drive. By doing this, it displaces mass to a different area of space, but within the same relative. As the chief continues on with her explanations, you glance at Cassandra and see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. You can't blame her as much as you seem you caught the impromptu lecture. Then, because the particles retain their relationship with each other, the general perception is that things are all the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on and you continue to lose track of the chief's explanation. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context, and they come to seem like a meaningless string of sounds. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the field's like got the mass, which is pushed? No. How to put it? Okay. So imagine that space is a ketchup packet, and you're the sauce. The sauce? Right, the sauce. Now, what the distortion drive does is like a thumb on the universe of the packet. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. The packet is the universe, we're the sauce, and the drive is a thumb. You got it. You quickly glance back to Cassandra and meet her eyes as she's doing the same thing. You know for certain that neither of you have got it. And that's why these engines have to be so big, to house that drive. Oh, it all makes sense now. Yes, definitely. Great. Now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime. Just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything and I'll throw you at the airlock instead. Yes, Chief. Sauce? Time for the armory. You swipe your keycard through the card reader set to the terminal of the armory door. Instead of the door is opening as you expect, you hear a harsh tone from the terminal. Looking at its screen, you see a message displayed, large flashing letters. Access denied, insufficient authority. I'm the fucking security chief. What do you mean I don't have access to the armory? It looks like your clearance hasn't been fully processed yet. You'll have to meet the captain before you get into that room. Okay. Captain's quarters sits at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other corridors. There was corridor by a small insignia that sits above the nameplate. Like the other corridor displays occupant's name. In this case, Captain Maris Bartamuse. Even in your role as security officer, there's a few rooms of the ship that you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you to hear in here, so you turn back. All right, that's fine. Let's go to Cassandra's quarters, and then we'll go see the captain. Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, the passcode, the lock is 0211. It's pretty much the same pass I use for everything. 0211, got it. That's right, it's... Come on, you think I didn't forget, did you? Hey, good job! Oh, wait. Before you go in. Can I give you a few minutes to tidy the place up? Whew. Good guess on the anniversary. It's almost late for duty shift this morning, so a kind of mess. Let me put some stuff away, okay? Yeah, sure. Keeping herself between you and the entrance of her room, Cassandra opens the door using the panel to the right. As it opens swiftly, she steps through, and it's even all the way all the way open, closes again using the panel on her side to the entrance. The entire time she obstructs your view from the quarters. Thanks, won't be long, promise. A few minutes pass as you continue to stand gingerly outside the Cassie's quarters. You hear the occasional footsteps coming from the foreside thoroughfare, but all move on to the other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops by to ask why security's lurking outside one of the operations officers' quarters. Hey, Cassie. You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continuing to remain to look out for anyone who may have questions about what you're doing out here. How's it going in there? Oh, yeah, almost done. Give me a minute to get this sorted out, and... The last pause follows by a long bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects at the floor. Okay, maybe a few more minutes. You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar. Done. Come in. Oh, fuck. Welcome. Make yourself at... As you step inside the door frame, your toe or your boot catches on the discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot. And you begin to fall over, and you reach out to catch something and stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reached out for has a uniform thrown over the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing you both to the chair to the assortment of cosmetics to the seat, clattering to the floor with you. Oh no, Paul, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought... Cassie. Yes? I thought you said you were tidying this place up. I was. Then why did I just get brained by a falling hairdryer? There was a system. You get back to your feet, right as the chair, and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs the assortment of bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on the nearby surface. You, damn girl, you live like this? Yeah. You almost launched into a speech about securely stowing possessions in a case of high-speed maneuvers, but then you stop yourself. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections? No, it's great. And from what I've heard, her quarters are worse state than mine. We're fucked. We're going to die. Oh my God, we're going to die. Is that right? Are those printed photographs? Aren't they cool? They're from our first date at Europa Amusement Park. I took my Pixie Cam straight to a specialist printer's the next day and got my copies made. I even wrote a date on the back so I'd never forget our anniversary. Wow, I never knew you were that sentimental. I knew I was on a good thing when you, I was on, it's a good thing when you held my hair back so I could barf mid roller coaster ride. You don't meet many people that'll be that considerate when you're dating within the forces. Let me tell you. Yeah, now that I think about it, that wasn't the most romantic date I'd ever been on. You still called me back for a second date, though. I guess I must have been pretty desperate. Hey, joking. Cassie's bed currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all of these clothes before she gets to sleep, or they act like an extra sheet? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyways? The front panel of the storage unit looks like it was barely managing to stay shut. Could there be what's in the said earlier? Like everything else in this room, this terminal appears to be used as an extra storage space, even the chair's covered in stuff. Since Cassie is in operations, you'd think she'd make more use out of her terminal than anyone else on board, but I can't see how she uses it like this. Next time I'll keep my wits about me and invert booby traps before I come in. All the stuff on top of the terminal. All right, time to go see the captain. You step from the elevator onto the bridge. It seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere. Turns totally silent as two women present who had previously been observing the screen turn to face you. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform, although you're given pause to wonder if you've misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. The other woman shoots a look at that but remains seated at her station. Quickly turning away, she realizes you've caught her looking your way. The curtness of her reaction catches you off guard as she quickly returns to what she'd been doing before you entered. Hopefully Cassie's presence can thaw what you feel might be a cold reception. Lieutenant Paul Shelley, entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. You declare, throwing a sharp salute with Cassandra quickly following suit. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn, entering the bridge in accompaniment of Lieutenant Shelley. You're taken aback slightly as you realize you've hardly seen Cassie be serious about anything, even her position. Whenever she's had to talk about her assignment, it's always been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught so off guard that you almost miss the captain addressing you. At ease, Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause which you can tell the captain's sizing you up. This informal assessment lasts a bit longer than you're comfortable with until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that the notification had been that you'd come aboard had been a system issue. I trust you haven't been too hard a time finding your way to the bridge to introduce yourself. No, ma'am. I was just... You glance over at Cassandra, who's maintaining a complete straight face. We can check out anywhere we want to before we head up here. Yeah, right. You fix your gaze straight ahead. This wouldn't be the first time that Cassandra's lackadaisical attitude got you in trouble with the higher-ups. I was just familiarizing myself with the ship, in case I came up with any queries about how I could field you. Oh, is that so? Well, anything you'd like to ask? No, ma'am. Very good. Well, I'm glad you could make it. Eventually. This mission is an urgent one, which is why we departed as soon as you came aboard without a formal reception. Thinking about it, it was unusual there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you to the gun dog. You'd not realize in your rush, but now was so obvious. But it did make sense that that if this was the urgent dispatch, the ship would launch as soon as all the crew are on board. My apologies, ma'am. My transport was running late. Yes, we'd been sent the word. That wouldn't have had anything to do with you, would it? No, ma'am. There was a breakdown on the... Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you aboard the JFS Gundog. My name is Captain Maris Bartmuse. I run as tight a ship as you'd expect, and I anticipate that you'll carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboarding procedures seem to involve greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartmuse's introduction was almost lethargic. Your card, Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. Okay. She inspects it for a moment before taking control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. As you watch, she enters some commands into the console before inserting your card in the slot. There's a sound of whirring followed by a series of beeps before your card is ejected and the captain takes it back. I selected the function button. With this, Lieutenant Shelley, you now have access to all areas and all authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. You're also now authorized to take an appropriate electro-shock weapon from the armory. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. You swipe a keycard through the card reader into the terminal by the armory's door. There's a slight delay, but quick enough. Terminal flashes message, access granted. The door slides open. First thing you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms from the training center back at Military Academy on Europa Colony. As you walk past them, you take a closer look at and realize that they're the exact same kind of benches used in the larger ships you've been stationed on, which has had sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside a ship's armory. That's not really surprising. It's only the security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where the ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. It's to ensure that there's no panic or the crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Huh. That's standard regulation. You should know that. Well, all I remember from my firearm training was that when I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from operations, our training made me use a hand-cranked battery charger to recharge all the battery packs as punishment. That must have taken forever. You bet. But as soon as, but you should have seen my gun show, but you should have seen my gun show afterwards. Pew pew! Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm, which I should get it whilst I'm here. Access weapon locker sends an automatic alert from the bridge. Even if I wanted to examine the weaponry, I wouldn't be set off an alarm doing it. This weapons locker is with electroshock weapons, and I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as part of my role as a security officer. This one will do. What's that? Just a standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. It fires barbed projectiles that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but... Hold on. Hey, Suki. Absolutely not. Oh, come on. No. There's no reason to use those now. They're a real pain in the ass. The spacesuits are here for the ship's security detail. They're a little more robust than the suits handed out to the rest of the crew, for obvious reasons, but aside from that, they don't bother much for tactical advantage. The locker contains electroshock weapons that are non-lethal and intend to be used for crew control in case of mutiny or violence that breaks out for some other reason. This locker contains a variety of small arms and light weapons. They're only used for external hostile forces. Even then, stopping power is relatively low because of the danger of using rounds inside of a ship. So, have you ever gotten to use any firearms? Why do you ask? Well, I know you're security, but you never tell me anything about it exciting. I always imagine you facing down bad guys with some scary pistol the size of my forearm saying cool lines like, "How many shots did I fire? I don't know myself, but the question is, do you feel lucky, bub?" You've been watching way too many old movies. Aw, not even once? Most of my job has been dealing with crew members who get a bit touchy after being cooped up in a ship for too long and start fights with each other. Even then, I just tend to break things up and talk with them down. Most of the time, no one even ends up in the brig. You've got to have done something more exciting than that. Well, I knew you were exciting action here. Tell me. So this one time, a pilot found out that someone on the maintenance team had been trying to hit on his girlfriend. He got so mad that he got to his armored frame and used it to corner the guy in the hangar. No way. He was threatening to turn the guys into paste and made some real mess of some cargo containers. Because the hangars are low gravity zone, I was able to make a jump for the gangway to the armored frame and then overrode the cockpit access from outside. The pilot was too focused on his engineer to notice me. Whoa, a frame jack? You do a cool line in the cockpit open? Pick on somebody your own size or something? No way. I put 50,000 volts in the guy's shoulder the second I had a clear shot. Oh, come on. You're no fun. Okay. I'm going to go back to the... Okay. Oh, I should probably go back to, yeah. I gotta do this. Did it go to everywhere? Okay, move to the bridge. Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty. I would appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Shelley, this is the ship's head of security. Since you're here, I'm here. I'd like to introduce yourself formally. Great. I've got this. See you in 5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about. That's right. Lieutenant Paul Shelley, pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve the bridge as part of the operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of? I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she made you out to be. Damn, girl. Oh, is that a right? I thought that was good, too good to be true, and that some dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we've just got another lunk. Well, how is it that you even got transferred here into such short notice? I was looking over your records earlier, and you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why did they transfer you instead of... Whoa, hey, look at the time. Oh, whoa, hey, look at the time. I think your break's over, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Of course. I hope this is the start of a productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later, okay? The gossip. Okay, so I got to catch up with Cassandra. So how you finding the Gundog so far? Enjoying the tour? The ship's pretty much the same as every other one I've been on station on. The tour is first class, though. Maybe if you work on a naval operations doesn't work out, you could start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa colony. You think so? Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already, and you've already been stationed here for a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about Europa colony. Yeah, you're right. And over here, we have the statue of workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside the plinth and hide out there from colony security if they catch you and your friend hanging out in the park after it's shut. Then again, you don't think that's the kind of thing people want to know? Maybe a bit more about the workers first. Anyway. How you find the Gundog so far? Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed in the Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller, and there's way less people. But then there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartmuse is pretty lax compared to Captain Singh. But then I get the impression this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. Except for us. Except for us! I obviously didn't mean that about you. I feel I'll be transferred from the Reliant. I know. I don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it with a Captain Singh from my dismissal and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You'd make an excellent captain if you took your duty seriously. Your academy scores were excellent. I wasn't going to give you the speech. I just... Oh, if only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear it from them too. Hey, Cassie. And it's the absolute worst for hearing it from you, because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person who really cares. I wasn't going to give you a big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's going to be okay, you know. A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out okay, you can always just put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. The JFC is still building up its navy, so there'll be lots of opportunities. And if that doesn't work, there's still your career as a tour guide back in Europa. Yeah, you know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than a ship operator anyway. I think you'd be great at whatever you decide, and whatever that is, I'll be here to support you through it. Man, the main character is a great boyfriend. Cassie? You're so cheesy sometimes. Hey, here, come here. What do you want to do when we got some shore leave? So now we're on the same ship. Our shore leave will line up. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Anything you want to do? I hadn't thought about it. I guess it means we'll be able to go out a lot more dates now. Oh, I know. Do you hear about the new colony they've added to Europa cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plant, and the planners have included a water park. We should go there as soon as it opens. A water park? What's that? You've never heard of a water park? Never. Well, they're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies they're building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. And all the E-magazines are saying that they're going to be the coolest thing to do on the colonies once they're open. Pools and slides into pools? But like really exciting. Okay. I guess we're next dock, so we can book us some tickets. Awesome. Okay, so let's see where we got her here. So show Cassandra her quarters. Yeah, we haven't seen the other pilot, that's for sure. Someone said that earlier. You step in the door, Cassandra follows you. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around the room before facing you. Oh, you really keep it tidy, don't you? I've only just got here. That's not a lot of time to make a mess. Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters. Jovian military supplies just aren't what they used to be. Or maybe it was operator error? Hey, what's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant? Nothing. I'm just considering all possibilities. Wait, is that... What? Lieutenant Shelley, don't tell me that. What? What is it? Your chair. It's perfectly aligned with the terminal. It's not perfectly aligned with the terminal. I guess nobody's perfect, huh? I'd have made more of an effort if I knew an officer was going to do spot checks with such a stickler. I suppose I won't have to report you to the captain this time, Lieutenant. Hey, you want to see something cool? I feel like this may be a bad idea, but go on. All right, anyway, I've always loved your sense of adventure. Now check this out. If you work your fingers under the bottom one of the panels by your bunk, you can take it off by its mountings, and there's a recess behind it that you can stash contraband in. Oh! How about this floor panel? Do you know that if you use something strong enough, you can pry it open and it leads to a crawl space below the decks, but you can use it to get access to other areas of the ship? Yeah. All right. But I bet you didn't know that you logged in your terminal and entered the secret code that you can play Snake? That too. Sorry. Well, fine. I guess you probably just know every secret of the ship then. Well, not every secret, but I am a security officer. I've seen and caught every trick there is when it comes to contraband, crew breaking, fraternation rules, or system exploits. I'd have to get pretty technical to get past me. Wait, how do you know all this? Oh, well, it's that... That is, back to the tour. Done everything. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left and right, turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, Paul. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. Hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. It's probably up on the top 5 ship tour orientations. Top 5? Okay, you're right. Top 3. Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that did happen to me aboard the Thunderbolt. So if that didn't happen, I'd guess I'd definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence. It looks like your schedule is clear until tomorrow morning. Whoa, in that case, 5 stars. Great tour, especially the guide. So now the tour's over. Your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look at anywhere in the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll call it a day. I think it's enough for now. Should probably get over the mission logs before tomorrow and early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. So responsible. I've got a late shift, though, tonight, so maybe I'll get a nap in, too. Okay, I'll see you soon, then. Well, look who it is. The Calicky Coward. You don't even need to look behind Cassandra. You know who's standing at the entrance of the corridor. Although you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is a nickname. One you thought you escaped long time ago. Hanson Crowleys, or as you know him, Calicky 3, one of the members of Calicky Squadron who took part in the battle and been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd launched. From what you'd heard from the other crew members, he survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in the debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. When he came back to the Calicky and showed your armored frame still suspended from its restraints, he had instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. You hadn't taken off when you were supposed to, he'd argued the squadron would have been in full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data or arguing that it had been physically impossible for you to control the launch would change his mind. The destruction of the Calicky Squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't even entirely sure he was wrong. What's up, Lieutenant? Lieutenant Paul? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant called Paul Shelley was our new security officer, I had to come and take a look. No way could it be a wimp from back in Calicky. They had to be dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. I'm going to punch this guy. But I guess that the JFC just desperate, they'll hang on to anyone, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Shelley? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so they put you the smallest crew you could find. You instinctively make your hands to the fist, but unclench them quickly before Hansen notices. You haven't been stationed on the same ship with him since the Calicky, but you'd run him a few times on board the colonies whilst you're both on shore leave. Each time it ended badly. I'm going to say nothing. You almost lash out at Hansen, but you stop yourself before you do. Two of you are on the ship together. You need to get you need to like it or not, and the last thing you want to do is let him know you can't get a raise at you so easily. You fight the urge to draw your electroshock pistol here and there and now. It's easy. It'd be easy to put an end to this way, you know. You think, but you know that would be the long term. That wouldn't be the worst decision you could make. Instead, you grit your teeth and say nothing. What's the matter, Lieutenant? Nothing you got to say for yourself? Or are you trying to dodge a fight? I guess that's something you're best at, right? See what I was saying, Haru? The lieutenant here is a coward, and has always been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for themselves. Ensign Crowleys, stop this right now. Lieutenant Shelley is, can't stand up for yourself, so getting a ditz to do it for you. Is that it, Lieutenant? Crowleys, you stop right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant Shelley to throw you into the solitary and rod you up myself. You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officers got it in them to even try. You think you can take me on, Shelley? I'm doing it. Fuck it. Starting your hand on the eyes, you say nothing, but instead you slowly move your hand down to the holster, you pick your hip, and it shows an electronic weapon. With a slow, deliberate motion, you undo the clip and lay your hand on the weapon's grip. I suggest you do as the Lieutenant Commander says, Ensign. I'm authorized to handle insubordination as I see fit, especially when it's hostile. Then Henson steps past Cassie right up to you. With his face inches from you, he places his right fist into his left hand and cracks his knuckles. He's so close you can feel his breath in your face. He sneers at you. I'm surprised, Lieutenant. Didn't think you had the guts to make a threat like that. But do you think you're fast enough? Come on then, Lieutenant. What's you going to be? You're going to show me your boss on board the ship? You're going to make him obey an order? Or are you going to let everyone down again, Lieutenant? Show the Lieutenant Commander you're just as much as a script as he is. Give him what he wants. He just badmouthed 2 superior officers and is badmouthing the girlfriend. I outrank you, and you are being in direct insubordination. You feel a light, hot anger shoot through you without thinking. You clench your fist right and snap your body to the left, bringing your fist up the tight arc. It connects neatly with Hansen's jaw as the pilot staggers to his right, following a nearby wall. Paul, stop it! Almost double bent over, Hansen pushes himself away from the wall, using his right fist, slowly dragging back to his left across his mouth, smearing blood from the spit of his cheek. He pauses briefly, without warning, hurls himself on you, catching you off guard, knocking you on the floor. Before you can cover, Hansen's upright grabs you by the collar. With no time for you to react, he throws back his right arm and brings his fist down. And you savage blow, following up with another and another. Your head is left, ringing, your vision blurred before he manages to get another punch, and you swing your right elbow to the crook of his left arm, breaking his hold on you. With Hansen thrown off your balance, you push back, grab his jacket, using the leverage, and wrench him to the ground. Now free, you quickly begin to scramble your feet and steady yourself. It's not long before Hansen is back up until you continue throwing punches. After you deflecting a jab, you spot a perfect opening that would let you finish this. You plant your left foot firmly and crack back at your arm before swinging forward. Lieutenant, stand down! You barely manage to stop yourself from throwing a punch with all your weight behind it as Cassie steps between you two, facing you down. You stagger forward, but you manage to regain balance, seeing that Haru has grabbed Hansen from behind and locked arms around his. Both of you are a disgrace! This is unacceptable! A white-hot flurry that has been fueling disappears quickly, and in place you're left feeling queasy. As you catch your breath, you see anger in Cassie's eyes as you never witnessed before. Ensign Crowley, you are confined to quarters until further notice. Cassie strides over to Hansen's quarters, and Keyhard opens his door. Standing aside from the entrance, she gestures for Haru, who on command shoves Hansen through the doorway. Once he's through, Cassie quickly follows by closing the door and entering the panel. And as for you, Lieutenant, you're now confined to quarters until the beginning of your first duty tomorrow morning. Like with Hansen's quarters, Cassie strides over to panel your door chorus. Fuck you, Cassie. I was doing my goddamn job. He was completely out of line, and he was not going to step down until I disarmed him. But you're just about to manage. You bitch manage. Do I need to get Ensign Rummy to help you, Lieutenant? You continue to stand there for a moment, your head spinning for your mind racing. As the adrenaline in your pipe disappears, you feel a bit of nausea in the bottom of your stomach. Now, Lieutenant! Resigned, you begin to walk towards the quarters. You wince in pain. You shoot through your left arm from where Hansen landed a punch, but you don't see any sympathy from Cassie's eyes. Instead, you pass through the door and you hear her whisper, I'm disappointed in you, Paul. Damn, that hurts. Once to the door slides behind you and left standing in the near silence of the quarters. You make your way over to your bed. You gingerly sit down in the pain, you sit to the left side. You sit still, staring at the door that's been locked behind you, thinking about Cassie's words from earlier. Big day tomorrow, huh? You sigh. We'll see. April 23rd, Planetary Calendar 2214. 4 days have passed since the JFS departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. That time, her crew, including Lieutenant Paul Shelley, have fallen into the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space, aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Well, this is a lot longer than I thought. This is a demo. How could you do this, Paul? I was doing my goddamn job. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as the shill rise. I know enough military MPs to know that dude was instantly like out of line. There's no do that. This is just the demo. Yeah, there is a full game release in February. That's why I was doing this right now. Without looking to check the time, alarm, you raise up from your seat, knowing. Let me see what I missed. You're finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill electronic pips begin sounding from your watch. You look without looking to check the last time. You turn off the alarm. You raise up from your seat, knocking back the last of your drink, and you stood up, taking in to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of time on board a military ship where the light is kept on the constant level, so you rely on a series of alarms you've programmed. You know, this one means that your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you some time to finish whatever you may be doing. You place the cup back in the vendor where the machine latches onto it, and then it retracts into a space where it's quickly sealed by sliding panel. As the sound of muffled whirring begins, you turn back to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day's security checks. Then, let's see. I need to stop by fire control, the hangar, and engineering to check that everything's going as it should. Okay. Hangar is the first one. All right, let's see the hangar. Let's see. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step. Gliding through the air into the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it. As you continue to float lazily through the wide open space of the hangar, you start visual checks. Also, I'd also like to point out that the other pilot is still an ensign. Despite being the hero of the lunar conflict, he's an ensign. I'm a lieutenant. He has not gotten a rank raised, and he's on a fuck-up ship. There's a reason he's on a fuck-up ship. Gliding through the door in the catway, you grab the railing and heave yourself onto it. As you continue to float lazily through the open door space of the hangar, you start the visual checks. Walkways clear, access points marked, munitions stowed, all the equipment and supplies seem to be where they should be. You casually shift your weight. Hero, only survivor, yeah. You casually shift your weight to one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly as you rotate the glare from the hangar. The hangar lights reflects off an armored frame's camera lens. Almost as it was watching you. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to duties. Eventually, you arrive at the other end of the hangar where you plant your feet in the main door. From the angle, you can take everything in that you may have missed, including Dalton, who you can see amongst the storage units, his attention fixed intently on the collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention! Attention! The junior engineer suddenly snaps to attention the second he hears your call, inadvertently launching a pair of pliers he was holding out of the open space of the hangar. Without the gravity to stop them, they continue to sail through the air. At ease, cadet. You time your launch from the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled cadet. I believe these are yours, cadet? Sir, thank you. I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton. I was just doing my rounds. I'm not here to check up on you. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Just the usual. Everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures? Everything working out should? Any suspicious activity? Nothing to report, sir. I've just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned his ensign Quais to the filter cleaning, it's given me a bit of extra time to finish things up. Oh yeah? What's your high density foam that sets rock hard, right? How's that going? That's right. It's good. It's good. I'm hoping to get the chance to test it soon. These containers are full of the compound. I'm just about to try transferring it into some empty training rounds. So, the ones normally filled with paint. The ones that are armored freight pods used to practice combat and to show when they've hit each other. Mm-hmm. A compound stored under pressure where it remains a liquid. When it's removed from that pressure, it expands quickly, and with rapid expansion, it sets. If I got this right, then we can at least test it by firing the practice rounds at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate. Good news. Well, if it's nothing I need to know, then I'll head out. Let me know if you need anything you see anything out of place. Yes, sir, I will. Although, I was wondering. What's up, cadet? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you're sure, cadet. Slow down, cadet. It's just me. Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't realize you were still here. Don't worry about it anyways. You said you got something in your mind. What were you going to ask? Oh, it's nothing, sir. Don't worry about me. Come on, Dalton. Wasn't rushed off my feet during the security rounds. What's up? Well, you're sure? The chief sent a message that she wants me to head over to engineering to carry out a job. But I'm right at the critical point of the process to decant the compound into the training rounds. If I stop now, I'll have to stow all my equipment, so I'll be late anyways, and won't have any time. That'll be... Okay, slow down. What do you need me to do? Oh, sorry. I need a bit more time. Chief's got something they want me to do, but if I stop now, I don't know when I'll get another chance. Is there any way you could cover for me? I'll help him. You're a good kid. There's no more. I'll take care of it. I mean, are you sure, sir? Don't even worry about it. If it's something I can help with, then I'll lend a hand. If I can't, well, I'll cover for you. Don't sweat it. Thank you, sir. The extra time I should be able to get these rounds ready for testing before the next AF drills. Thank you. No problem. Now get back to it. If the chief thinks you're slacked off for nothing, then you'll know about it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll get right on it. 2 Juno Mark armored frames, remarkable for being totally unremarkable. These do have some of the slight differences in that they were around during the war, but they're basically the same machine. Problem with this, I'd show up in the diagnostics that are fed through the bridge. All the visual check, everything looks fine. Tools, equipment, and supplies. Chief keeps an eye on these things stowed. Okay. Use. What am I kidding? Okay. You still feel a bit awkward checking on fire control as part of the security report. Although Dylan is always friendly enough, you can't help but feel like there's introducing personal sanctuary. Doesn't help that his headphones are so big that it's sort of shaking him. It's hard to get his attention. Well, here we go. Morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Oh, hey, Dylan. Everything all right? I thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual guy, Lieutenant. So far, you come by here at the exact same time every shift. All I had to do was find which albums would last until before you got here, and now I don't need to get interrupted mid-jam. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you going to get bored of listening to the same albums every morning, though? Nah, don't worry about it. I figured it'd be about 15 different album combinations, and that's not including changing the order of play, so I'm good for this mission. Speaking of the mission, you know the drill? Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. I've been keeping an eye for long-range targeting systems, too, and we've had a blip, but that energy readings match the O'Brien, which makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think we'll be seeing anything outside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment, you idly shift your focus to one of the screen to another. Flick one of the screen, catch your attention. What's that? What was that, sir? The screen here. I just flickered. What does the reading say? Oh, that's a long-range targeting system. It's fed with data from the long-range communication system, which has been on the fritz recently. Chief's been working and trying to figure out what all the feedback's coming from. That's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on, Gunner D's. D's nuts. If our targeting systems aren't operating properly, I need to make sure the captain knows. My bad, sir. Since the chief said she was on the case, I figured it was all in hand. Well, let me know next time. That's it, though? Nothing else? Nothing at all. All right. Keep it up, Gunner D's. Yes, sir. I'll talk with D's again. What's going on, Lieutenant? I listened to that Trish and the Replicants album you lent me the other day. It was pretty good. Oh, hey, nice. Nice. If you're into it, I got another few other albums I can lend you. Ever heard of Firebombing? I was wondering if you had something a bit less rock? What were you thinking? Well, I really like the Lynn Minnie May song you were always playing back on Europa before we left. You have anything like that? Lynn Minnie May? That's overproduced twee stuff. Come on, sir. Next time you're telling me that you listen to a whole album of Princess Maria ballads or something. I mean, no way, sir. Come on. You're listening to the Firebombing next, and that's it. All right, okay. Leave the tape with me next time you pass by my quarters. Princess Maria? Who could have a taste in music like that? All the monitors look like they're working fine. Just ask Chief about the long-range communication system. Okay. Targeting system guided by these rollerball inputs. Notable the first time around, but it looks like someone's replaced them with an 8-ball. I'm going to go to engineering. Lieutenant Paul Shelley entering main engineering. He declares in the cavernous expensive machinery and accessways that make up the engineering section. You'd been instructed to announce your arrival with the chief, and since the last time you didn't, she nearly dropped a filtration unit on you to prove a point to make sure you just didn't forget. Accessways clear, no visible detritus, nothing seems to be malfunctioning. You stop with your visual text. And no one's throwing heavy machinery off higher levels to teach me a lesson of proper conduct. It doesn't take long for you to finish your daily checklist, and the chief runs a tight ship that you don't really expect anything less. Now that you know about it, though, she hasn't given you a daily grilling about how insulting it was that you think that these daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, you here? Up here, Lieutenant. Chief, you around? Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. That's weird. It's not like the chief is to be at her assigned duty station. I'll have to tell the cap. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. Up here, you idiot. Looking up, you see a chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety rail of a walkway a few levels above. Behind her is a massive cabling that's pouring out into an open panel above her. Oh, Chief, good morning. Good morning yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You forget to clean your ears out or something? Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing in here is running above a safe decibel limit, and you tell me otherwise, I'll come down here and recalibrate your ears. You quickly mentally calculate the time it would take for her to get down to where you are and the time you need to get out of engineering. Although you fancy your chances, you wouldn't bet your money or your ears on it. Must be me then. Anyway, I'm filling out daily report, Chief. What's going on up there? Ugh, one of the clowns at the colony dock who took part in the maintenance process must have done something stupid to the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, we've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. They must have made a bad connection. I can't find it where it's all wiring. Huh. It must be the system Dylan was talking about. Are you sure that's there's nothing out here that could be sending a signal? A broadcast from the O'Brien, one of our reconnaissance satellites? Not a chance. This feedback is way too intense. Even a standard broadcast should produce much more noise. Shouldn't produce this much noise. Unless maybe they calibrated the long-range system in short waves. That case sensitivity would be off, so it would. Chief? Huh? Oh yeah, I was saying, there's nothing around here that should be kicking this signal with this kind of capacity. It's like picking up something with an amplitude frequency of 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Uh-huh. Which could be the result of a processor loop. Maybe I should check the initial converter's driver next. Okay, well, that's okay, Chief. I'm going to go to the captain, Okay? Huh? I'll put in my report for the captain, all right? Oh, yeah, sure. I was going to let her know that I fixed it, but those dolts have done a real number of this one. It's going to be longer than I thought. All right, thanks for the heads up. All right, that's all the routine carried out. Time to report to the captain. Oop, I'm going to talk to the Chief. Chief, one more thing. Are there issues with the long-range communication system going to interfere with standard maintenance? Do we need to follow up with operations to get some support? Depends on how badly these idiots back in Europa have fouled things up. Normally something like this should be quick wiring fix, but I can't trace it back to the fault. Ugh. Although it could be a problem, the problem is in the wiring and the receiver. They could have crossed wires with the broadcast hardware. Yes or no, Chief? Oh, no. Today's scheduled maintenance is pretty light, so Dalton should be able to take care of it. He's not scheduled to report to me until later, though. It's good to the hangar and tell him to pack up his project and set her over here, double here. Actually, Chief, now that you mention it, Dalton said he's a little busy with his project at the moment, and that stopping would throw the whole thing off. So I said I'd cover for some of the maintenance tasks. Oh, he did, huh? Yes, Chief. And you said you'd cover? Yes, Chief, that's right. The silence between you two and Chief drags between the regret they're offering Dalton a favor. Now you think of it, but what exactly do you know about maintenance? It's not like the Chief is going to give Dalton grief for passing his workload. You're going to get in the neck for. Well, he says that's an important stage of his work. I'm not going to drag him away. Kid's been slaving over that project night and day. He's got to admire his love for his craft. Let yourself relax. Thankfully, it looks like the Chief's got something on the soft side after all. I'll be able to pick things up after here. But I got one of his jobs that you can do for me. What do you need? Chief turns away from this and squats down, rummaging around the tool pick for something. The batteries in the energy space suit, radio packs, and the airlock are due for a replacement. Take these and switch them out for the old ones, okay? She casually tosses 2 battery packs towards you and just about to catch, surprised by their heft. Get the batteries. All right, roger that, Chief. Once you got the old ones, bring them back here and plug them into the power distribution module. After that, you're free to go. Swap out the batteries for the emergency spacesuits and the airlock, then bring the old ones back here to recharge. Simple. Oh, the airlock. All right, these are the Chiefs said the batteries of the suit and changing. Firmly grabbing and locking the mechanisms to handle the suit's container, you twist it 90 degrees clockwise and pull. The door offers more resistance than you'd expect, but once you fully open it in place. Reaching inside the container, you hold off your left hand against the suit's right rigid breast panel and grab the large black block of plastic that protrudes from the panel's left side. With a tug, the block pulls away, trailing a curling cable that keeps it connected to the suit. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over and examine it. The bottom half of this device consists of a pistol grip with a secondary microphone and speaker, which allow for you to be used separately from the suit. And your thumb rests comfortably on the push-to-talk button. Top of the half unit's underside has a backlit LCD screen showing the current frequency it's tuned to. And the battery level. Below the screen sit a few ambiguous buttons. To its side is a dial for tuning into power switch. Whilst the unit hold the main workings for the radio's receiver and transceiver, the wires that still anchors it to the suit connects it to the small microphone and speaker inside the helmet. Flipping the whole unit around and to its underside, you see a small latch set to a recess, which you pull down with your thumb, releasing the cover and letting the old battery slide onto your palm. Old battery out. You murmur to yourself as you take your spare hand before sliding into the opposite pocket from the fresh batteries. You got the depleted batteries. Now you put in the new batteries. New battery in. The battery replaced, you reattach the compartment cover, which you put in place. Once you set the radio to mount in the suit's breast panel, you then step back, close the suit's container, and twist locking the mechanism 20 degrees. With one down, you move to the other storage unit, repeat the process, unlocking the container, taking out the suit's radio, swapping out for the batteries, and replacing the old ones you found it. Great, all done. Let's get back to the charging station and engineering. Map. Part of life support systems, analysis, consistent environment. Chief gave me a lecture about it yesterday. Power distribution model. Sense energy from the it's also got a problem. We should finish the job. All right, here we go. You take the battery that you removed from the suit's battery and put them in the charging ports of the power distribution module. They slide in and lock in place with satisfying clunk with a red light above the ports and amber glow. Great. Job well done. Lieutenant, have you sorted out those batteries yet? Yes, Chief, all sorted. Good. You're not as loose as they look, Lieutenant. Keep it up. Thanks, Chief. I guess. All right, time to go to... the bridge. You completed a security check for today. Should I go up to give the captain, or should I take another look in case anything missed anything? All right, then. No sense in delaying. Seeing the captain, Bart Muse. Lieutenant Paul Shelley entering the bridge. As you announce yourself, sudden twinge in your left arm from a fight has and you step on the bridge. You gingerly stand to attention and raise your hand to salute, trying not to aggravate your injury too much. Look around the room, you see Vanessa glaring at you, but she quickly turns back to her station and you catch her. Aside from Cassie, who sat at the other station, entering commands into her console, there's no one else on the bridge with the captain's chair empty. At ease, Lieutenant. You elect your position while still feeling on edge. After being confined to your quarters for a day as punishment, your fight with Hansen, things between you and Cassie have been a little bit tense. Captain Bartomeu isn't with us today, so I'll be taking command until she returns. Smart tuck comes from Vanessa. If Cassie hadn't heard it, she doesn't sound it. Oh, is that right? I've come to make my report. That's right. Dr. Rasmussen advised me that she'd suddenly taken ill. Vanessa makes another louder tutting noise as Cassie pushes for a pause for a second, and then quickly carries on. So he's ordered her to her quarters for some bed rest. We're due to enter communications range with the O'Brien any moment now. From there, it's just a matter of coordinating our patrol paths. Nothing I can't handle. Ahem. Right. Security report, Lieutenant. Oh, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward. Although you've been on the ship together in the past, for the past few days, you'd mainly seen each other between shifts, where rank didn't really mean much. Cassie acting seriously didn't really seem to like Cassie at all. Security report on April 23rd, PC-214. No breaches or hazards to report, ma'am. No sign of immediate threats or security risks to the ship herself, and all shipboard operations proceeding as is expected with little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the chief has run into some feedback issues with the long-range communication system, which is impacting the visuals on the long-range targeting system. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations, though, and they're in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. Cadet Grange has also completed the system to load high-density foam he's developed into training rounds for Juno's weapons. It's scheduled to produce enough rounds for test in time for the next training exercises. Oh, that's great. Good for him. But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my written report. Reach into your jacket pocket, take a hold of the written copy of your morning report, as well as complete a checklist from which you repass to Cassie. Once her hand, she flicks through them casually, giving a quick once-over. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll get these logged. Feel free to return to your standard duties. Yes, ma'am. As Cassie turns away from the documents, she glances across the display screen, showing the time. Vanessa, have we heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meetup window. We're picking up on anything with sensors. There's nothing on the sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not at this. Not that this interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning the different frequency bands in case the O'Brien is having the same issue. Vanessa begins switching, flip switches and dials, filling quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that range from annoying buzzes to painfully shrill shrieks. After a few moments of communication windows on the main screen illuminates and a slightly distorted voice speaks. Do you read? We're at the rendezvous area. Have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Bashir of the JFS O'Brien. JFS Gundog, do you read? We're at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. Lieutenant Bashir from the O'Brien reactively. That's a Star Trek reference. On the communication window, Cassandra hastily grabs the microphone. Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal and have arrived at a rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates over. We read you. That's sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... Lieutenant Bashir, do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting a signal from the... Comms are being overloaded. There's a powerful signal coming in. All bands, it's... Ah! What the hell just happened? Is everyone okay? Commander Quinn? Commander Quinn? Cassie? Even before your eyes readjust to minimal lighting the bridge, you kneel down and reach out into your darkness, trying to find where Cassie's collapsed on the deck. You search blindly for a few seconds as your hand meets her shoulder and you move towards her. Cassie! Hey, Cassie! Say something, Cassie! Hang in there, Cassie. Lieutenant Lord, call sickbay. Get the doctor up here right now. I can't. Why not? The ship's entire system's been knocked offline. Even the emergency backup systems are all offline. We don't have time for this. Get it back online. You rise quickly and dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand into the call button. I'm going to take Cassie to the sickbay. Can you, aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. Most conspicuously absent, though, is the whirring of the elevator that would take you directly to the sickbay. You rapidly press the call button. Idiot, what part of offline don't you understand? Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup systems are online, but I can't do that from the bridge. What do you mean? How do we get it back online? It's an emergency failsafe. There's a critical failure with the central computer, and it can't function properly. Then the entire ship will be shut down. It enters a lockdown mode until we can reboot it. All areas are sealed in case of the shutdown and result of enemy action. The main computer in engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any sort of access. Of course, since this is a security system, you should know all this. You grit your teeth and stop yourself from snapping back at Vanessa in the heat of the moment. All thought of process and procedure has left you completely. You've been thinking about what was getting Cassie to sickbay. Placing your head on your hand, you pinch the bridge of your nose, try to focus. That's right. But isn't the order to reboot the central computer given from the bridge in that situation? Why did you say we can't? 2 reasons. First of all, this lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems. But for some reason, everything seems to be offline, which means there's no internal communication systems right now. Secondly, even if we did have internal communication system access to the central computer, requires input codes which are known only by the captain, or in the event of captain is incapacitated, the second in command. Vanessa turns to look at Cassie, who shifts slightly as she continues to talk to her. As she continues to talk to you, head back to Cassie, kneeling beside her and placing her recovery position. Feeling the cold steel on the floor as you turn Cassie over to take off your uniform jacket and lay it over her, which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Meaning that right now, both people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. That's got to be somewhere. There's got to be some way around this. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We should at least have a backup systems in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? Everything is offline. What part of that are you not getting? As you kneel over Cassie, your mind races through what Vanessa's just told you. You know that she's right and that the ship's emergency plans revolve around backup systems being operational. And without them online, there's nothing that can be done within the ship. Your mind catches onto the point for a moment, but you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote the plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation the backups failed, or whether they were so pessimistic that they felt that those systems were out of commission. There was no real hope for the crew either. Pushing that thought of your head, you desperately try to figure out a way to Cassie get to the sickbay. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help in your time that you spent as a security officer. There's got to be something you pick up that would. That's it. In the crew quarters, the panels and the bunks can be removed and replaced. People use the space in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship's maintenance crawlways are accessed the same way, if I'm right. You head back to the elevators, but this time, instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams of the wall panels on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap in a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool for access, but you can do the same thing with I know, I've got something on me. Where is it? Taking your ID card out of your pocket, you slide into the gap in the seam till it meets the resistance, and then you're about halfway in. You slide it up and down a few times until you feel slick something which pushes harder. Then you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging, and the panel falls towards you. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you place it to the side where it can be used to be attached. Now, instead of a solid wall, you can just make out the absence of a large enough that if someone were to fit inside with a series of rungs heading downwards into the darkness, which opens up once they pass where the elevator currently sits. How do you know how to do this? This is one of the first tricks you learn as a security officer. Ship's crews get really creative with their stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawlways are accessed in a similar way. Well, great. Now you can crawl around the walls. Very dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked with Vanessa much since you first met, but now you're beginning to understand why she always ate alone in the mess hall. If I can get in here, it means that I can get out down onto the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief of engineering. You really think you can solve this by clambering around inside the walls? Even if you can make it all the way to Central Hub, the rest of the ship will. Lieutenant Lord, would you please keep your opinion to yourself? Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger, constant pessimism. Right now, I don't see many other options except for this one. And for all we know, we're the only people in the entire ship who might be able to do something. I'm not about to sit around and let everyone down. Not this time. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn, unless you have anything you want to try that you might think help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment, as if weighing what the best to put down, but for the current situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons in her control panel. All right, you do that. I'll try to get the internal communication system working. Since the backups should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Get moving, or else you're going to stand around and gawk whilst I get everything done myself. You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reattach or reach out into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot on the lower down. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, all right? Vanessa turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs in the communication systems. Yeah, sure. With that, you lower yourself in the darkness, taking it one run at a time. Once you pass the station elevator, you can feel the space open around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind every so often to see if you can feel the catch system that would access panel. Yes. After a few attempts, you find your fingers eventually brush over a catch. And with some coercion, you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter to the floor of the central hub. You step out of the crawlway, a loud banging starts from nearby. You immediately reorient yourself to face the room, placing your hand on an electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room, the dim lighting and banging continues, but you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub. It's one of the elevators. With your hand hovering over your weapon, you still slowly move towards the noise, trying to make as little sound as possible. Yourself, hoping that whoever or whatever is making doesn't know you're there. Despite the darkness, you can see that the elevator doors are open slightly, with an inch or so gap between them, the two doors. As you anger yourself to try to see what's inside, your question is answered. Hey, who's out there? Whoever you are, help me get these stupid doors open with the whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hansen since the other day outside your quarters. I know you're out there. I heard you. Get over here and help me. These doors are open. Hey, what are you waiting around for? As Hansen continues to call out and you size up the situation with the darkness of the room, you could easily come and go without him being able to tell it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'd be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Hey, come on. This isn't funny. Who's there? Stop jerking me around. It's petty, but part of you almost realizes the idea of Hansen seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. Haru, if you're messing around with me, I'll kick your ass. Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe, regardless of how much of a dick you might be. Take a deep breath and help him open the doors. I know he's a dick, but I am alone in the dark without any idea, and having a trained pilot with me helps me not die. I know it's the emotional thing, but come on. Security officer. You hold for a second before releasing the constant sigh. Hey, I heard you. I know you're there. Get me out. All right, Ensign. I'll take the door on the right if you take the door on the left. Count to 3, we pull. Great. Everyone on board. And it's the Kalki Coward. Figured you'd stop by here, find a nice little spot to crawl up and hide in. helping me out so we can trade places. You can reach the action till the action's over. Immediately begin to trust your decision. Crowleys, do you want to get out or here not? Yeah, come on. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. As you two both heave against the elevator doors, which shift slightly, as you continue to pull against a pain shoots through your side from where Hansen had landed below the other day. Ugh. What's the matter with you? It's nothing. Come on again. You grit your teeth as you make another attempt to move the doors. They slide open a little bit further, but still not quite enough for Hansen to get his whole body out. I thought for a second that maybe after a fight you put up the other day, you were stronger than I gave you credit for, but looks like I was wrong. Oh yeah, is that right? Funny. You're just as weak as I remember you being. A silence hangs between you two for a moment, though in the darkness you can't tell whether Hansen is smirking or sneering. Anyway, come on, one more time. All right, 1, 2, 3. It takes two of you a few attempts, but finally you manage to push the doors open, where Hansen can make his way through the door gap between the two. Free of the elevator, Hansen dusts himself off and looks at you while it's adjusting his jacket. So what the hell's going on? What's happened to the ship? Why's everyone stopped working? There should be backups or something, right? You pause for a moment. Despite having been on the bridge when everything went wrong, you probably have as much information as Hansen would. Honestly, I've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with the O'Brien. There was this flash. Then Cass Commander Quinn had been knocked out, and all the systems were offline, even the backups. I managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out the way to reboot the computer to get everything back online. Just great. I knew the ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped on board. You said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah? Yeah, kinda. Great, you can handle that. I'm gonna go check up on the crew. Have you seen Haru? No, I haven't run into them. Okay then. I'll try their quarters. With that, Hansen heads to the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Lieutenant? Thanks, or whatever. Tsundere. The pilot quickly turns his heels and disappears in darkness. Don't mention it. All right, we're going to go to the four-side throw bay. We're going to go to crew corridors 2. Captain's quarters. Then from the captain's quarters, Bartolomew's quarters, you instinctively straighten up, sticking your chest out and shoulders back. You know that your access card doesn't have encoded permission to allow access to captain's quarters, and even if it did, the terminal on the side of the door is lifeless as the rest of the ship. Instead, you bang forcibly on the captain's door and shout, Captain Bartolomew's, this is Lieutenant Shelley. There's been a system failure and Commander Quinn is incapacitated. We need you to give the emergency impact codes to restart the ship's central computer. After waiting a few moments, you press your ear up against the door, seeing if you can hear any signs of life. From experience, you know the crew quarters doors aren't as substantial as the ones on the other doors on the ship. It's not uncommon to know exact schedules of other crew members based on sound alone. Captain, it's an emergency. Wait a while longer, you don't hear anything. Oh, damn it. Slamming your fist in the captain's door in frustration, you turn back to figure something else out. You leave through the central hub and enter the corridor comprised of aft thoroughfare. The last thing you notice is sound of your doors down the door leading the corridor. Normally, vibrations of the engines would be dull this noise. It would be barely perceptible over the low, steady rumble. You've got to the point where you don't even notice the constant noise down this end of the ship. But now that the corridor is silent and absent, it hits you. You swipe a key card in the CAD reader in the terminal, the armory's door, and there's absolutely no response. Looking at the terminal, you can see no addition to working at all. Figures that everything sounds down and wouldn't work. Should go find Chief and see if there's any way of running. Hopefully I don't need to blow up any doors open. At the end of the thoroughfare, there's a corridor, which normally would transition from corridor from engineering department. Instead, you're met with a substantial blast doors with the word engineering stenciled onto it. Your right hand over the surface before rapping with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring, which would indicate it being relatively thin, this door returns a higher pitched noise, indicating it's significantly thicker than normal. Unlike the rest of the doors in the ship, which are designed to its entrances and exits, you can tell this one exits to more than one block section from another. You instantly dismiss the thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even the contents of the armory wouldn't shift it. After a moment, you have two fruitlessly inspecting. You shrug to yourself. The only thing you can do right now is hope that the Chief is nearby. Hey, Chief! You pound on the door, your fist, hoping the sounds make their way through. Chief, can you hear me? You continue to pound on the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear it as a kind of empty response. Chief, I'm out here. Chief, hey! After a few moments of attempting to make contact, you stop and flex your fingers from your right hand, cracking your knuckles, and try to dismiss the comfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you begin to think about how close the chief would need to even hear you, the odds of that happening. Before you can resume your attempts, though, you hear a dull, repetitive thudding coming from the other side. SOS. It's Morse code. Chief, can you hear me? I'm out here. You're pressing your ear up to the last words, you can hear an answer. Instead, you hear the same dull, repetitive thudding. At first, it seems like random erratic, but then the longer you listen to, you begin to realize there's a pattern. It's pretty sick beat. Oh, that's great. But what does that mean? You defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. Chief, I don't know what if you can hear me, but I'll try and find a way to get in with you. At least you know someone's in there. There's got to be some way to keep in touch with them. Send a signal. Maybe there's something that I haven't thought about. An emergency communication system? Something that hasn't tried the ship? Oh, shit. Airlock. Emergency vendor for space to specialization. Hopefully get the extra air supply. Wait, you just changed the batteries to make sure the radios would work in an emergency. I wonder if there was the radios to pick up the signal. Ha! I bet that's what the chief was trying to tell me. Of course she'd come up with a plan like this before anyone was going to reach her. Grab the handle of the suit container, twist metal hand, and noticeably colder. Touch were. Once the lock is undone, you open the door, bracing your suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you can disconnect the radio from its breast panel and spiraling past the cord, it connects to the suit it comes with. Turning the radio in your hand, you find the cord connects and unscrew the attachment point, allowing the cable to be put back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescoping antenna and flick the power switch, which causes the sound of whining static to previous silent room. You slowly rotate the turning dial, working your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice sounds from the tiny speakers. An emergency broadcast from the chief engineer, Mackenzie Cathays, from the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JF system nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays from the JFS Gundog. Any JFS Gundog crew members or any JFS ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure and assistance is needed to get him back online. Chief, this is Lieutenant Shelley, reading you loud and clear. I managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around through the thoroughfares and to the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. It took you long enough. What the hell is everyone doing this whole time? You're about to push the button to send a response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge. That's right. That's right. And get back up there and tell the captain that to give me input codes to access the main computer so I can get the word again. Slight complication, Chief. There's a captain taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic Bart news. And get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship powers went out. You release your thumb, allowing the chief to broadcast where you would expect to swiftly delivered an alternative. Instead, you get this radio static. Chief, nothing's ever easy, huh, Lieutenant? Who's currently in the bridge then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now. I guess you're going to want to get up there. I've got an idea, but it's something I can authorize. You grip radio tightens. I know her fucking code, 0211. It's our anniversary. Realizing you've got to hold your breath since the chief's last message, you breathe and push out the button radio to send the message. Copy that, Chief. Heading up there now. Radio in hand, you quickly make your way back to the airlock into the central hub, and then head straight to the maintenance callway. It only takes you a moment of groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way and up to the bridge. With no more time to waste, you quickly head back to the crawlway. It only takes you a moment groping around to find the darkness to find your way back up the bridge. Okay. As you climb, each rung and grip is cold. The touch of the air that you can breathe is thick. You know what this means. For the first time, but for the time being, push through your head. You focus on. Climbs up to a lot shorter than the original climb down, and you soon emerge back on the bridge. Vanessa swivels her chair and paces over you. So, did you get in touch with anybody? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so the microphone is level with your mouth and press the push talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her, heading back towards Cassie. Vanessa looks up to you from the radio, mid-bewilderment, before Chief's voice sounds from the speakers. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathays. You read. As you kneel down by Cassie, check her pulse and temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her. The way Chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the Chief being deferential towards anyone, even the captain.
You can take away my spaceship.
Oh, hold on. Sorry about that, minion. We're recording this, so. I hear you, Chief Cathays. Captain Bartmuse and Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the gun dog until such a time as they can return to duty. You understand? You frown slightly, hearing Vanessa assert her position over the Chief like that. Though she's the ranking officer of the situation, you'd not heard anyone on board pull rank that way, especially with the Chief, who you were under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now that you got a plan, Chief Cathays, or does Lieutenant Shelley brought me this radio so we can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look as she's been making out, that she's been making at you whilst your back was turned. You do your best to bite your tongue. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Shelley was explained to me that both the captain and Commander Quinn are out of action, so I'm aware neither of them will be able to give the input codes required to reactivate the central computer. We know that, Cathays. What's the solution? The only hope is we've gotten out now is the captain has copies of her documents that contain the access codes in her quarters. If someone can get there, then they can activate the codes and tell me them, activate the ship systems. If we're able to get to the captain's quarters, we'd have done that already. The whole ship's locked down. There's no way to get there. You notice the slightest pause before the Chief responds. You could be projecting, but you get the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although the terminals and most of the hardware in the ship are dependent on the central core, we've got a tool that when we use something that needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for maintenance or debugging, the PST, or Portable Subterminal. It's effectively a standalone power pack with microcomputer built that provides enough power to activate hardware attached to the terminal. That'll get us to the captain's quarters, and then from there we can get the codes to start the computer back up. Where's this PST? It's in the hangar. We can't get to the hangar either. I know you're stuck in engineering, Cathays, but the story's the same, either entire ship. That's true. You're trying to get to the hangar from inside the ship, ma'am. But the gun dog has two entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboarding airlock and the hangar crew airlock. If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, they could make their way to the crew airlock for the hangar and then re-enter there. Then they can normally get the PST and make their way back to the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathays, but aren't yourself and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extracurricular activity in space? And that you're currently stuck in engineering whilst you can't get in contact with Cadet Grange to just bring us the PST? Yes, ma'am. You feel knot in your stomach and gut internally. Curse that Dalton for not having picked up enough of the Chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. This policy dictates that all of the EVA must be commanded by an operations officer. The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath. Vanessa's eyes lock on you. Yes, ma'am. Slight smile forms in Vanessa's face. Well, Lieutenant, looks like you're going for a walk. You see this coming as soon as the Chief began outlining the plan, but you'd been hoping there'd be some extra part that hadn't been revealed yet. Somehow how would I not be EVA qualified? I was a pilot. Faced with Vanessa's directness, your stomach turns further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. Fine. Some people took well to spacewalks. Some even enjoyed them so much they'd taken careers in colony construction, repair, or they'd be sending more stuff to the vacuum of space and they'd send the colony ships. You were not one of those people. Every crew member should be EVA qualified, yeah. You only ever left the confines of the ship or colony a few times in your life, and almost all of those had been in evacuation drills, and that you'd been through school or during citizenry courses. On every occasion you could remember, you'd reacted badly. But you managed to keep it to yourself. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or handrail away from drifting off to the endless nothingness of space had always filled you with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever, irrevocable and helpless. But despite all that, you knew that from Vanessa's discussion with the Chief that this was not going to be any way around doing this, and right now you were the ship's, Cassie's, only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it pushing against the fear that had been rising inside of you, taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to do what you had to do. Fine, I'll do it. The Chief can walk me through everything I need to know on the way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer diving headfirst into danger? Isn't he great? Isn't he great, Lieutenant Commander Quinn? So selfless. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and pushing a mocking tone. Oh, my hero, so brave in the space that's brave, going to space to save us. Only you can. This, you snatch the radio off of Vanessa and turn back to her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. At this point, you've just had out about all you can with her. Sooner the situation is resolved, you decide, the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. Oh, quit making a big deal out of this with all your huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Shelley. From what I've heard, the hanging out in space is something a pastime of yours. She's lucky she's my commanding officer at this point. I would fucking throw her. With that comment, you feel like your heart dropped through your chest. You quickly spin back and face Vanessa. Lieutenant? Reining in the flash of anger, you just fell out, silently shake your head as you turn back and grab hold of the first rung and crawl all the ways ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait. Turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord? Don't you think you're forgetting something? Lieutenant Lord, before you finish, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns her heel back over to Cassandra, squatting down. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop and you see her draw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you, look back at you. The central cocoon will be only accessed with the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses the card to you, which you grab through the air. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said that the PSC should use the battery power to open. I can see what you and her see in each other. As if hooking the battery up to the door will get you around the ship's security systems. You're still going to need to have the right to authority to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaws clench so hard you feel like your teeth might crack at any second. The cold chill of the ladder rung reminding you of just how dire the situation is getting. You turn back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. You just about manage. Still there, Chief? I'm heading to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming through the helmet speakers, Lieutenant? Chief's voice fills your helmet. Your sound quality is somehow worse than the speaker in the main radio itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond. Securing the radio on the suit's breast panel. You've got the emergency suit on and sealed? Yeah, currently breathing the suit's oxygen supply. What now? Do you see the access panel next to the internal airlock hatch? The spacesuit's helmet attached to the rest of the suit is in a fixed position. So, although you turn your head to check, you can see this helmet's interior. You turn your whole body in an exaggerated motion to look for the emergency access panel to spot on the other side of the hatch. I see it, Chief. I'm heading over. All right, now you need to remove the panel the same way that you did the other one on the bridge. Once you've got it there, you can use a large handle. Cranking that lever operates the manual override, which will override the airlock. Understood. Although you had learned how to operate the airlock manually in basic training, you didn't feel like this was now the time to dismiss the chief and act like a know-it-all. She was like getting a fill of her own from Lieutenant Lord. That's where the access panel's out of the way. Let's see the in there. Good. Now that you're going to turn on the anti-clockwise, keep it going until the hatch is open. Understood. Place your left hand on the bottom of the handle. Hand apply as much pressure despite your effort. Come on. You grip the handle again and place your entire body behind you. Your effort shift it. This time it moves more noticeably. When you look at the airlock, the hatch doesn't appear to have moved at all. With another grunt, you push the lever into a full 90 degrees, allowing you to return it to its neutral position. Although it resists you, you're able to feel the ratchet mechanism begin to move. Nothings. You push the handle down 90 degrees before letting it resist. Ever. Easy. You complain through your gritted teeth as your mechanism slowly but surely a bit of each time. As you carry this process, strain against the mechanism, you complete the crank after crank. You can hear the mechanism in the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually, something gives, and the mechanism's airlock uncouple, releasing the locks, and the whole system slides open. You can feel the sweat in your brow course that you put the suit on before, preventing you from wiping it off. Okay, Chief, I'm heading to the airlock chamber. What's next? You'll see a similar panel on the opposite side of the hatch in the chamber. Same deal, but in reverse. Okay, makes sense. Once you're inside the chamber, you spot the identical access panel and quickly get to work. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close the hatch as it was to open it. Interior hatch closed. Now what? Now try keeping your breathing under control as the inside of your helmet begins to heat up, reminding the other reason you've never been fond of them. What you're going to need to do next is to vent the air in the chamber and open the exterior hatch to start with. As the chief walks you step by step through the process required, although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful to help with the few parts you had in mind. You carry on following the chief's orders until the final moment, you get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you, rather than through a terminal or view screen, fills you with a familiar dread you felt on the bridge. All right, Chief, I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on a switch of the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of your boots are drained towards the airlock floor. With the electromagnetics now active, you can step. Each step is an effort, but at least you know you won't go hurtling into space. You place one foot on the edge of the airlock of hatch and stare out in the emptiness. You see nothing in the stars and the light years of gulf between them and you. With the next step, you head out into nothingness, pivoting on your axis of your foot to the edge of the airlock. The next step you took on the bridge, the space brings your foot back on the Gundog's exterior hull. Even though the ship had fallen silent since the power had been knocked offline, that hadn't been true silence. There had been an echo of footsteps, almost inaudible sounds of things of other crew members were doing far off reaches of the ship. Out here, all you can hear was your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. You take a moment to orient yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself towards the front of the ship. With a little difficulty, you bring one foot up and away from the hull and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way towards the hangar airlock. Still with us, Lieutenant Shelley? Haven't been gone hurling off into space or anything? You roll your eyes and plod forwards. I'm still here, Lieutenant Lord. Good. What's your ETA on the hangar airlock? You quickly do some rough maths around what you know about the Gundog's dimensions. Airlock's around midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Sunday afternoon stroll at the replica gardens, Shelley. Pick up the pace. You allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push talk button again. Yes, ma'am. You carry on the laborious march in the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving your one foot at a time from the ship's hull before placing it back down in front of you. There are a few awkward areas where the ship's hull rises and falls, and you have to navigate your way across them. The loss of the constant bearings begins to disorient you, but you do march onward, ensuring that you're heading toward the consistently straight line, regardless of orientation. Eventually, you see distant markings that indicate the airlock hatch in the distance. Although it's marked as the same way as the one you'd emerge from, this one's much smaller, a little bigger than the typical doorway inside of a Gundog. You enjoy momentary celebration when you pick up the pace. All right, Chief, I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay. You look at the right door, you should see an access panel with a lever underneath it like the others. Okay, let's see. Due to your orientation, standing in the ship's hallway, the entryway, you lay it at your feet. You shift yourself to be able to look right at to see the panel, which you head over and squat down in front, bring your fingers to the edge of the panels. With a practice motion, you undo the clip like the panels inside the ship that freely came away. This one swings on a hinge, revealing the lever underneath. However, this should be easier than the smaller hatch. Mutter yourself, reaching into the lever. Chief, what is it? It's lever. It's you run your hand over a few more times, the lever, which is visible, but inlaid in the hull, perfectly level with the surroundings. Whereas you've been able to remove the panel cover, finding recess. There was nothing like it before, making it impossible. I can't get any purchase on it. It's completely flush with the hull. There's no way to grip it. Chief, Lieutenant Lord, do you know what your current security codes? Of course I don't. They're all the emergency input codes. Only the captain and the second command knows them. Why? Chief Engineer Cathways asked you a question. In order to gain entry airlock from the outside, you need to put the ship's security code in the number pad. It's an analog locking mechanism you need to access the code. God damn it. 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 You miserable excuse for a captain. God damn you, Quinn. You absolute airheaded bit. Hey, watch yourself, Lord. Oh, shut up, Shelley. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend deciding that now is a great time to take a nap, I'm stuck in a dead ship running out of air. Trying to herd you knuckleheads out around a ship, pointless errands. Stow it. I'm not a big fan of this either right now, but the best hope for this ship's got. So you could put a lid on the gigantic bitch act for 5 minutes and help us figure out how to solve this. We can't. How dare you? I said stow it. 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord. Then once I'm on board, I can handle the rest of it myself. You can go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. This is insubordination. I'll have, all right, you two, that's enough. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence with the chief's interjection before either of you can start again. She carries on commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? Do you know what the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? No, ma'am, I do not. But if this gets Lieutenant Shelley on board any sooner, I'll say it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? It's 4 digits. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea? Of course I don't have any idea. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate the set of those codes. By the way, everyone's it's blah, 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 0211. What? I said, I think I might know it. It was... You quickly punch the 4-digit code, and then you hit the enter key. As soon as you do, the lever light rises out of its recess. Haha, yes! You got it, Lieutenant? Yeah, it was 0211, in case that helps. And how do you know that security code was? That's sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason you were able to guess the code. It was yours and Cassie's anniversary, so instead you scramble for a lie. It's the password for Lieutenant Commander's Queen Quarters. I can't believe it. These codes are supposed to be secure. How did she... For the time being, Lieutenant Lord, how about we just focus on the fact that I'm able to get into the hangar? Shifting your position away from the number pad, you squat down by the raised lever. Making it both hands much easier to crank into those ones in the main airlock. There's no time and the exterior hatch airlock opens. As you step inside, you find yourself in the chamber, almost identical to the airlock you left earlier, with the exception that it was much smaller. Moving quickly, you close the exterior hatch. Behind you, follow the inverse process you carried out to leave the ship, pressurizing the chamber with oxygen and open the hatch internally. With 4 minutes, you're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar. You move your helmet and happily breathing something other than the suit's oxygen supply. Then you disengage electromagnetics before moving the suit completely, making sure they're ready with you. Now, unencumbered by its bulk and the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift towards the equipment storage, the uneasy silence surrounding you. And see Dalton where we could be. None of that is doing now. I have to go through the crates by hand. Let's see. Is that PST's going anywhere? What's all the gears? So, the Dark's collection of stacked suspended crates, containers, and various pieces of machinery immediately. Looking from container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the initiated. Shake your head, you reach for the radio, ask for Chief where you'd be able to find it. Before you can call her, the rustle of jumpsuits fabric behind you a moment before remains. Stop right there! Intruder! Identify yourself! You raise your hand slowly, being careful not to make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you. And if he was under the impression you were an enemy, you would be armed to confront like this. At ease, Cadet, it's me, Lieutenant Shelley. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I thought that. Turning around slowly, your hand still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did a good job sneak up on me like that. If I was the enemy, pausing mid-sentence as you saw, you realized Dalton's actually holding a firearm. Cadet, where's your weapon? Sir? If I had been the enemy, you were planning on making me do without a weapon for encouragement? Dalton pauses briefly and realization flashes one of his eyes. Oh, sorry, I didn't think that. Well, I thought that, which is... Ease up, Dalton. This will get us all sorted when you get this over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Yes, thank you, sir. Although, exactly what's going on, Lieutenant? I was just finishing up something and then all the power went out. I haven't been able to stay in touch with anybody. It takes a few minutes, but you quickly fill in Dalton of the events taking place aboard the ship, including your current objective of obtaining the portable sub-terminal. Emergency suit radios? Why didn't they think of that? The chiefs are going to be so mad. She just me the suit maintenance just last week. Hey, take it easy, Cadet. No one's in the ship's figured it out on their own either, so don't beat yourself up over it, I guess. So don't worry about that. We need to get it. We need to do it now is to find the PST. Do you know where it keeps kept? I think so. Let me look. With a kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards the small set of crates. Once he arrives, as you watch, he opens one, rummages through various bits of electronic adjacent looking hardware, which he facetiously replaces before putting back a lid and move to the next one. It takes the cadet checking a few different storage crates before eventually withdraws a device the size of a briefcase. With it firmly in hand, he slowly drifts back towards you and presenting with the one back. Here you go, Lieutenant. This is what we're after. You get the portable sub-terminal. So this portable sub-terminal, huh? You take a hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate from different angles. The exterior is largely one-off plastic piece shell with a handle attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one invisible seam that runs around the entire casing has two conspicuous claps that you release, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various springs, buttons, and disk drives, and withdrawable cables. All right, Cadet, can you give me the quick rundown of what to use this? Yes, sir. I guess the entry to the through fare should be a good place to try it. Sounds better than going through another walk out in space. Let's go. Two of you make your way through the hangar and up to the flights of stairs that lead to the four-side through fare. Once you're at the top, you're forced to an unyielding set of double doors. Okay, sir. First, you need to take the cable from the PST and connect it to the other side of the terminal next to whichever door you want to open. After that, you turn the device on. If you do that now, it'll show you that the rest of it's active. Follow Dalton's instructions and kneel by the terminal when you withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to the port of the terminal in the darkness. Once you have the sub-terminal connected, you can use it the same way you'd use a normal terminal. Just select the right function from the menu and give your key card to open it now. All right, let's see. Use small keyboard, you select the override open function, and then as Dalton advised, you insert your key card. As expected, though, you slower than you like. The door opens and access force out. Great work, cadet. Now all I need to do is get the captain's quarters, then engineering, and then we'll have the gun dog back up and running in no time. You okay there, cadet? Yeah, I just forgot that you had to get the codes from the captain's quarters. Isn't this against the rules for transportation or something? I thought it was forbidden to go to the captain's quarters unless exclusive duty. As you sign, Dalton shakily removes the cable from the terminal on her side, closes the lid of the... Technically, yes, but right now there's choices: insubordination, or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why I had to do it. Besides, I've always wanted to see what the quarters looks like, so just say what's worth it, right? I guess. Push on Dalton's shoulder, take the terminal from him. Anyway, you take it easy there. Try to raise the chief on the radio and see if anything you can do. Gotta get it moving. Yes, sir. All right. Then inside the captain's quarters, you take a look at the heavy device in your hand. You take it longer than you'd like to get there, but at least now you can get those codes from the captain. Okay, first, get the PSD. You know, then hold the closed. After it's started up, you swiftly draw out the cable and connect it. Squinting at the screen's for phosphorescent glow, low light scroll your way through the series of menus and select unlock function. Once you hit enter, the command prompt shows up on the screen. All right, now use Cassandra's key card. Once the device reads the key card, you hear a soft whir and the door unlocking opens. Okay, I can hear it for the time being. You stand up on the front door, which continues painfully slow. Come on. Captain, are you... Oh, that's... Ugh. You stand across the threshold of the dark, the captain's quarters. You're instantly overwhelmed by the powerful fetor. You gag and stumble your way back to the door, taking a deep breath into the corridor of sterile air. You try to compose yourself. The odor drifts out around you. A particularly acrid waft stings the back of your throat as you take another breath and get again. Ugh! The atmosphere shifts, and the cronies, even the colonies, are carefully regulated and air supply consistently scrubbed and recycled. But this strong smells are something that almost never encountered and quickly resolved. You realize that the ship's life support is out of action. It hasn't been happening. Whatever's causing the stench in the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy the air, an awful miasma. A few more wretches, you steer yourself and re-enter the room. Before heading to you bring up your arm in front of your mouth and nose to resting in the air. Although you're doing your best to breathe out lightly as possible, the odor still assaults you almost too much to bear. Captain, are you are you here, Captain? No answer. You carry deeper into the quarters as you grow unaccustomed to the smell. You begin to pick up the unique odors that's comprised of. First, you can identify it brings back memories of your early flight training, the acritic tanging of vomit. The second takes it a little longer, sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment before the substances you use to strip paintwork from ships' armored frames. Then you spy an empty bottle on the desk, and what it is, stale whiskey. Sick, huh? With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you look around the room. To the left is another closed door. To the right, you see an open doorway. It looks like the end of the bed. Captain! You drive again, and you head towards it. Although the reasons for being there is entirely justifiable, you feel a bit hesitant about barging in. Captain! Nothing. All right, Captain, I'm coming in, and you need those. Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to the normal bedroom than the crew's quarters. Rather than access panels flush with walls, and storage room has actual furniture, a chest of drawers below a large mirror, and a bedside table right next to the unmade queen-sized bed. For a moment, you think that, like Cassie, this won't do. The captain has just thrown her worn uniform onto the bed and left it in a heap. But before you turn back to sluggish movement, and the mass of crumpled clothing turns over, it reveals to be Captain Bartmuse herself. Ah, Captain! As you throw a salute, you hold it for a moment before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. Tentatively making your way towards the captain's bedside, you register that smell of stale whiskey is strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty with a small pool of amber liquid in one of the corners. Captain, you run your hands over the back of your hair slightly. You run your hands through the back of your head slightly. Regardless of all this, you remain yourself. You're here to get the emergency codes. Captain. Hey, Captain. Captain Bartmuse. Place your captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Captain, come on. I need you to wake up. We need your emergency input code. Yeah. Ugh. Captain, wake up, Captain. Captain. You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose, your thumb, and forefinger. Despite everything, it doesn't seem to be Captain's waking up from this stupor anytime soon. Ugh, come on, after everything. If I can't get those codes from the Captain directly, she might, maybe she keeps a copy around there or something. Worth a shot. Pretty nice desk. There's no the Captain does all her work when she's not on the bridge. If that's the case, then I thought she put through drawers in the back of the desk where she sat. And I've seen Cassie hand the Captain printed reports and status. Maybe the codes in here. You try to open the drawer, and a small amount of initial give stops. You almost immediately hear a clunk. A few more times, you spot a keyhole in the left drawer. Checking the second and third drawers give you the same result. Locked. Of course, I have to find a key. Ugh. You were uncomfortable enough to making your way there in the first place. Now you're about to rummaging through the way through the Captain's personal effects. It gets you even worse. Let's get this over with. Doing a quick scan of the room in the hopes that the Captain may have left the key at the top of the chest or the drawers. The bedside table proves fruitless. You tentatively step back inside. Nervously looking back at the Captain's comatose for every few moments. Sorry about this, Captain. Standing by the chest of drawers, you lay your hand at the top of the drum of your finger before nervously pulling the top one open. Seeing only unfolded clothing inside, you close it quickly, going to repeat the process for the next few drawers, finding nothing. Stepping back, you take another look around, only to immediately, all place left is to check the drawer is inside the bedside table right next to the Captain. Making way over, you squat beside the unit, acutely aware of the Captain sleeping right next to you. It's a low light, but it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside and feeling your way through. Running your fingers through the various contents, you try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with irregular bumps that feels like a foil underside. A small glass vial with a series of raised dots on the label, various individual papers. Aha! You grab a hold of what feels like a key card clipped onto a lanyard. You pull it out of the drawer. The metallic jangling sounds like it comes with is quickly revealed to be a key ring featuring various different keys. One of these has got to be the keys for those. Captain Bartmuse. Lieutenant. You freeze in place with your hand half on the drawer, hiding into the Captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir in the blink of an eye. Captain Bartmuse had managed to catch and grab your wrist. Captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but her shock has rendered you perfectly still. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazy gaze in your darkness. Lieutenant? Hold your breath for a moment and cool yourself. What are you? I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency, and I've come to get your input codes. Emergency? All the ship systems have gone offline. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with Chief Cathways and Lieutenant Lord to get your codes, but we can't get the ship back online. Captain blinks groggily a few times and releases your wrist, drawing her hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, you slowly take the keys from the bedside table and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be in your desk drawer, but I needed a key. Although you're doing your best to maintain your tone and demeanor on the inside, your heart is racing as you consider the possibility of being given a court-martial here and there. Sounds important. Well, yes, ma'am. I'd say we'd consider pretty crucial right now. Captain continues to gaze at you as you stand in tension in the darkness. After a moment in which she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls back on her back and brings her hand to her forehead. Print out on the latest access codes. It's in the second drawer. You breathe a sigh as Captain rolls back and away from you. Just don't read the report. Ma'am? Wait for a moment, but eventually the gentle snore emerges in a crumpled heap, and that's Captain Bartmuse as you relax. Second drawer. Thanks, Captain. You got the key ring. Let's see, which one? Eventually, you find what slides into, turns into mechanism hunk. The Captain said the code's in second drawer, so you open that drawer and purposely leaf through the collections of papers, reports, and it contains. Crew manifest, security updates. Aha! You see the telltale tractor feed edges of the printer paper that you've seen Cassie produce updates and reports for the Captain sticking out from underneath the manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on the top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it and stop everything from falling out. As you do, you can't help but to hear the title. JHCF Naval Investigation Commission findings. Incident 00784, 2109-209. Subject, Rear Admiral M. Bartholomew's. Oh, she was a Rear Admiral and got busted down to Captain. With that, you believe that the printout to be would contain codes with one hand. You report in the other. You look backwards at the Captain's bedroom. Remember her instructions. Rear Admiral. Put it back. I'm not reading it. You stare back at the cover the rest of the few moments, placing it back in the drawer. Whatever this is important, it's not important right now. Place to know it. Besides, you got much more important from the drawer right now. Taking the printout in both hands, you lift up the light and staring at the top, continuous paper unfurl. Your eyes scan the document for any key phrases that are appropriate until you're looking for. Classified core system access codes. Generation date 4/20, 24/2014, 2/14. For Captain and second only. Finally. Irrelevant page of the rest of the document and its perforated edges. You fold it up and stuff and put it in your pocket. Okay, go back up. With the codes you're finally present, we can go. Okay, Chief. Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. You release the code. Wait. Give it a moment before the reaction still. Chief? Lieutenant Lord? Come on, anyone, come on. You give the signal a shake, moments adjusting the frequencies, but you just don't hear anything, just straight up static. For a moment, you feel like throwing the window around the corner, but instead you slump against the nearest wall and you head to the hand. Slouch against the wall, the low light in the moment, you sigh loudly before turning and kneeling by the PST, which you begin to pack up. Now you've got the codes, you can't get the chief over the radio, and the next best thing to do is to get them to her in person. Okay. Move. Use. Unlike the other doors, PST's battery has been used to open. This blast door is inches thick and comprised of almost entirely solid steel. You watch it tentatively, and a large grinding sound starts to emanate from the ceiling for about 10 seconds before the door eventually begins to move. Like the others, their process is agonizingly slow. In the darkness, as if of the thoroughfare, it seems like it's to lose all meaning as you watch the door almost imperceptibly work its way upwards. After a few moments of barely noticeable progress, it comes to a halt and low grinding sound stops, with the blast door giving just over a foot of clearance between the floor. Turning your attention back to the PST, you see the graphic of an empty battery cross-section screen. Oh no. Knowing that the blast door is kept open by device's dwindling battery, you drop to the floor, grab the PST, and begin crawling for engineering. There's just enough clearance for you to worm your way underneath, but smooth paneled flooring grating makes it an uncomfortable experience. By the time you make it through the hallway, your feet still sticking out, the aft door, the grinding noise stopped with the door stripped again. No. You shove the PST ahead of you through the small gap, meaning mindful not to yank out the underside of the terminal. Knowing the grating, you quickly squirm the rest of the way until you're clear of the door. And rolling, you put back, grab the PST and give it a swift tug, pulling it in the terminal on the other side to back you just before you drops shut. Whew! That was way too close. You stand up and quickly move the PST and says low battery warning on the screen. Chief, you call, you make your impressive silence. Chief, it's me, Lieutenant Shelley. It's the PST. Chief. Make your way past the various systems and terminals and machinery. Where the hell could you be? Then continue your way deeper into engineering and grab the radio. Chief. Just like that. Chief. Okay, can't find her. Chief. With the low battery illuminating your face, increasingly small intervals and constant so shop. You're looking down at PST screen, you make a decision. Well, I've got everything else. Then back to the main screen, your computer, you make a beeline over to the room that holds the central computer core, your footsteps grating in silence. I may as well finish things. You begin to run to the PST, starts deep battery signal flashing more rapidly. Running out of battery, and you don't know what you got left, flashing and beeping. Running a full pelt towards the central computer core, you reach as the whole screen begins to blink, cycling between showing, warning, and all that. As you arrive at the door that leads to the central computer, you know what you got to do. Come on, almost there. And now, there. Start the door open. Once you've made the gap long enough, you slide through the same movements as you hear the PST power down and it slips back up, shut. Takes a moment for your eyes to adjust the darkness of the room. Looking around you, see the little bigger than cleaning cupboard for our crew member's shower cubicle. Masses of thick cabling from ceiling to floor along the walls along the room. Stepping towards the interface, you run hands over the buttons. Simply mashing the keyboard doesn't produce any responses, so instead you feel your way through the casing of the darkness and try to find a power button. Eventually you find a rocker switch and set to the side of the device. You flick it in alternate position, nothing happens. With no other options, you flick back to the position it was in, and in no time the screen illuminates and you hear electronics come to life. As the hardware, the hard drive somewhere soon to get its worse, allow the screen transition to boot up screen input screen. Everything you've been through, you're now one put away from getting back online. Finally, all right. And enter. Final flourish. An immense feeling of satisfaction fills you as you watch the computer work its way through the startup process. Names of the system show up and are followed by status including offline. Final draft runs down your neck, which you can take means life support and ventilation back online. All right, hold on, Cassian. What? Wait, no, come on. Here where the gut punches panic as visual of the screen begin to warp and fragments scatter and lines of code distort, change message appeal to machinery. Don't do this. Unsure of what's going on, you begin to think what's your fault. Look over the keyboard again, repeatedly striking the keys that seem to be the process. And escape. Pause. Come on. And what's going on? Suddenly started the computer's erratic activity ceases with the only document left in Cassie's personal profile. Cassie's file. Wait, why? You pause unsure what if you should do. Oh my fuck. Okay, I know what's going on. I'm not going to say anything, but I know what's going on. You tell that the ambient noise has returned ship's black online. Would your computer freak out like this? Would you pull Cassie's file? No. Doing your best to understand what's going on, you tentatively reach your hand out towards the keyboard. You're still unsure what you could do. You find out what just happened. You can't help it if it's right. Shelley, we need you off the bridge now. You withdraw your hand instead of grabbing the answer, Lieutenant Lord. All right. I'm on my way back. What's up with Lieutenant doing? There's no time for her. Get up here now. You curse under your breath as you turn to leave the room. You learned how now that if Lieutenant Lord doesn't intend to be helpful, she won't be. Rather than attempt to argue, you make your way through the ship back into the bridge. As the door opens, you step into the bridge. You see Lieutenant Lord frenziedly flicking switches and turning dials on an instrument panel, stopping every so often to command your situation. Cassie, meanwhile, remains unconscious on the floor. I'm here, Lieutenant. What's going on? You hurry over to Cassie and kneel down, sliding your hands under her back and legs in preparation to pick her up and take her to nearly sentence. It's the O'Brien. With a single moment, you stand up and kiss her from the floor. What about it? It's... We're on the O'Brien, but there's no one here. This is mutiny! You should have let me die on the O'Brien, Shelley. You might have had a chance then. Sir, we've got something that could destroy the whole ship. After all of this, we still go to the water park, right? Who are you, and what have you done with her? That's neat. That was good. Hey there, Paul. Thanks for playing. I hope they enjoyed the demo of the stories from Soul the Gun Dog. The team who put this together really worked hard and would love to hear your thoughts on the game so far. So if you have a few minutes, it would be great to do a quick survey for them. To sweeten the deal, respondents can look forward to some bonus content when they board the Gun Dog when full release. Pretty cool, right? So what do you say? Take the survey. All right, I'll do this on my own. But... English. Okay, how was the overall experience of the demo? Good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the overall story of the demo, yes. I enjoyed the characters' dialogue. I want to see the conclusion of the story. How much did you pay for the full game? $14.99. I would play this on PC. If the characters are presented in full color, backgrounds and user interfaces remaining the same, would you... If the characters are presented in full color with the backgrounds and user interface remaining the same. I like the option to control it. And anything negatively? No, I liked everything. All right. So you really got Nug soon. Okay. So that was almost 3 hours. If you enjoyed this. I normally, like I said, I wouldn't play the whole thing. That was 3 hours, and that was just a demo. Their full game is coming out on February 20th. So if you enjoyed that, I would highly suggest playing the demo. I played it through one way. I don't know if there was other options. It seems like there's different paths you might be able to take, like choosing not to fight the ensign and that kind of stuff. It was pretty neat. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I definitely take a look at it. I'm interested in seeing more of it. And as always, if you want me to play the full thing and put it up online, I can do that. But I do hope that you enjoy this new series of kind of exploring. Like I said, some of these are going to be a little bit longer. I'll try in the future to not do every single thing, but I got so close to the end, so wrapped up. It was pretty cool. So take a look at it if you have a chance to. Thank you for watching. Make sure you hit that like button if you enjoy this. Subscribe for more content like this. Hit the bell icon to be notified there's a release. Join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Mondays or Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays for content. Usually on the weekdays, I start at 8 p.m. Eastern, and on weekends, I start at 1 p.m. Eastern. So, love to see you here, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right. That was fun. It's really good. I would definitely suggest y'all pick it up. It does seem like it's going to be one of those branching story narratives where like different paths and different endings and that kind of stuff is pretty cool. Like I said, we're going to be doing this more routinely as I go through. If you have an idea for a indie game that I haven't played, please do let me know, and I'll do my best to do that. So, all right. With that being said, I'm going to tell y'all, it's really late. I am far beyond what I wanted to do. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, let's raid somebody. See if I can know anybody here who is playing. Continuing with the theme of mechs, Star Wolf is playing Mech Warrior 5.
It's a trap.
Go say hi to Star Wolf for me.